Croeso, welcome to Caerphilly for our live results coverage of a hugely consequential Senedd by-election. A result that looks like it could well reverberate beyond these leisure centre walls and right across the country. Now, as you can see, there is activity on the floor. We're expecting the first ballot boxes and then the counting to start. And over the next few hours, we will dip in and out to the count to bring you all the gossip and intelligence from the hall until every one of those boxes is empty and every one of those ballot papers has been counted. Let's hope it isn't going to be too long before we can bring you the results. I am James Williams. Croeso to the start of this by-election results coverage. It could be a long night, but also potentially a historic one. Because since 1918, Caerphilly, this constituency, has backed Labour in every Westminster and Senedd ballot. So that is 38 elections and by-elections in just over a century. But potentially, that remarkable run of results could come to an end tonight. So get the kettle on, get the biscuits, the crisps, whatever you need to settle in for what could be a truly remarkable result. And it comes, of course, just over 6 months until what is shaping up to be a genuinely fascinating Senedd election, perhaps the most significant since the start of Welsh devolution in 1999. Plenty to discuss. And throughout the night, I'm going to be joined by Teleri Glyn-Jones, who is BBC Politics Wales' presenter, part of the political unit team, and is going to get her steps in tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to have my work cut out, not just sat here talking to you, but also running up and down those stairs, trying to bring you a little bit of the gossip from the floor, explaining how it all works. It's going to be exciting.
Plenty of gossip already. We'll go to that very shortly. We are also going to have a full cast of politicians of all colours, strategists and journalists to help us try and make sense of it all, not just here in Caerphilly, but right across Wales and the UK as well. Let's start with our first guest, Ruth Wasalski, who is the political editor of Wales Online. Have you got your coffee, your tea, your biscuits
I've had
ready?
a coffee en route, I've got some Haribo, I've got banana, I've got all bases covered.
Snack game is strong. Other snacks are available.
It's not my first selection. No.
We've done many of these.
We have done many of these.
We'll get onto the leisure centres of Wales later on in the night, but let's not start there, shall we?
No, let's not start there, but we will get there at some point. Let's put this in context, then, a wider context, because, of course, this is a by-election for Caerphilly. It's an important local battle, but it could tell us something about the wider picture across Wales ahead of that Senedd election.
Absolutely. I think, it's important on 3 different levels, isn't it? For the local people here, it's a campaign that's been about local issues, leisure centres, libraries at the forefront of it. So obviously that's important. It always is. On a Senedd level and a Wales-wide level, it's going to have huge ramifications. We'll get onto it later, potentially have an impact on, budget negotiations, whether the Welsh Government can get their budget through if Labour lose tonight. That story in and of itself is of Welsh importance, isn't it? If Labour don't manage to hold on to this seat, that is historic in and of itself. And then on a kind of wider UK level, the impact that Keir Starmer's government is having on this seat is a UK story. But then you've got that wider global story of the rise of parties on the right. And immigration has been a huge issue in this by-election, despite the numbers showing that only 2.9% of the population here in Caerphilly is born outside of the UK.
Yeah, potentially huge ramifications here, Ruth.
Yeah, there isn't normally this much tension on a Senedd by-election. The press area downstairs is full. We've got national broadcasters.
It's buzzing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a busy by-election. We've had lots of commentators and people here over the last few weeks talking about all the big issues at play. They're looking at that national lens of what this means about Keir Starmer's government. As Welsh journalists, we're probably looking at a little bit more about what that means in terms of the Welsh government and Eluned Morgan's administration, because we've been fixated on the fact the Senedd election is now 6 months away. But this election, like Larry says, the local issues are hyper-local, and that's often the case at a by-election. So we have to give the caveat, and about 1 million people are going to give it throughout the night to you guys and to your viewers. This is a by-election. By-elections are different. We can make lots of guesses about what that might mean about a national picture, but we just need to take a little bit of a step back as well and say, OK, that was one result. It was very important. It was very dramatic. It doesn't mean that May is a foregone conclusion yet, but there are lots of dangers for Labour. So if Labour lose, which the mood from down there Both Plaid and Reform Services are already saying it's between us. Labour are nowhere near.
Well, I want to get on to that about what you're hearing from people down on the floor and beyond the leisure centre shortly. But I think it is important for us to note at this juncture that this is a by-election that nobody wanted. It's become about in the most tragic circumstances today.
Yeah. Lots of people in Caerphilly today will be thinking about why we're here, won't they? And it's the sudden death of Hefin David, which has brought us here, which it was a huge shock to everyone. It's reverberated right across the kind of political world in Wales. He was bright and talented and well-loved across all parties. And I think lots of people here tonight, and we as well, will be thinking about Hefin's family and Vicky, his partner. Absolutely.
What are you hearing then? To go back to that, Ruth, you sort of picking it up there. We are reporting as well from our political editor, Gareth Lewis, that Labour is already conceding, essentially.
Yeah, Plaid and Reform have got some key figures downstairs already. They're already saying it's between the two of us and it's too close to call. So what it might come down to, their sort of thinking, is turnout. So historically, Senedd elections don't get massive turnout. We've never got over 50% in a national poll. By-election-wise, you would expect it to be a smaller turnout. What could happen, and these are all coulds and we don't know the turnout yet, if it's a high turnout, that either means that Reform have got their vote out. So there's a big theory amongst the academics and so forth that Reform are going to do well in Wales because a lot of first-time voters or people that don't normally vote are going to go out to vote for them. If that happens, obviously it pushes turnout up. What also could happen is lots of left-wing voters go, hang on, we want to do anything we can to stop Reform, so we'll make sure that today we went out to vote. The danger with it being a spread of left-wing votes, because we've got Lib Dems, we've got Greens, one of you two needs to jump in when I miss one here. We've got Lib Dems, we've got Greens, we've got Plaid, we've got Labour, all on that left sort of progressive side. If their voters have gone out and only voted for their party, that's splitting that left-wing vote. And as far as they're concerned, that can't stop Reform. That's going to help Reform because they have that one chunk. We don't expect the Conservatives or Glards to be anywhere near. So that gets really interesting. It's how much attention those left-wing voters, if they've gone out, have paid to the actual numbers, and how much the tactics come into it. And that's not going to... There's lots of changes coming into play, which I'm sure we're going to talk about.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Give us something. Yeah, hold something back, please.
There's lots of changes coming into play, but I think for this one, what's really important is it's first past the post. So the person that gets the most votes wins. So it almost becomes like an entire left bloc versus Reform.
Well, it's been notable, hasn't it, that both Plaid Cymru and Labour, despite what the polling is suggesting, trying to frame this as a two-horse race and that they are the best left-wing horse to beat Reform. We're going to see whether that works for either of the parties. Looks like Labour doesn't think it's worked for them, but is it potentially, knock Plaid Cymru down a peg if there's not enough tactical voting and stops them from taking on Reform?
I think usually when we're talking about turnout, what we would expect to happen is that a high turnout would benefit Plaid Cymru because Plaid Cymru's voter base is very motivated. They turn out especially for Senedd elections, whereas voters on the right don't tend to turn out as much in Senedd elections because they don't believe in the institution as much on the whole, generally speaking. But we don't really know what's going to happen here, do we? Because Reform is untested in this kind of electoral race.
We're all going to get excited about this election and why we're going to talk about this election. We're going to look at this one in loads more detail probably would otherwise because we've got all these questions about this Reform vote that we hear is going to come and Reform poll, in a national poll, they're top or second, aren't they?
I'm sure they've been saying that to you and you to Larry as well. They've said it to me. We just don't know whether some of our voters are registered in the first place and whether we can actually get them out. If we can, they're confident, but that's the big question there. Do you want some stats about turnout?
Go on.
So here in Caerphilly back in 2021, the last time this Senedd seat was contested, turnout was 44%. This is the fifth by-election since the start of devolution, and the highest turnout for a by-election at a Welsh devolved level, 45.2% in Blaenau Gwent in 2006. So it would be surprising if it goes above, turnout goes above that 44% was in Caerphilly last time. It could well do.
Gossip Claxon.
Go on, what have we got?
I've heard that, some people say that some wards are up on what they usually get. So what we don't know, as you said, is who that favours. But it does I'm not surprised to a certain extent. The weather's not as bad as predicted, number one. But also, this by-election has had a huge amount of, people watching it, hasn't it? It's
also really gripped people.
The UK
if you go around the constituency,
people are engaged, aren't they?
Everywhere. People are engaged with it. we've all been out and spoken to people, and there's very few people that say, oh, I don't know anything about that, I don't want to talk about it, which could often be the case in a political election. There isn't that. There are so many placards, so much advertising, so many targeted social media ads, so much narrative on the UK Welsh online, UK Welsh media and online. You couldn't really avoid the fact that there's a by-election here, whether you wanted to, even if you wanted to.
Do you know where the lowest turnout for a by-election was at a Welsh level?
Merthyr Tydfil and Rhymney?
No, it was Swansea East 2001, 24.9%. So that was pretty...
I'll get the next
Thanks,
one.
James.
Probably higher than
Good
that
quiz.
this time. So this is what we're hearing, and you've given that sort of context here, but they've also got polling to inform the narrative. Now, we don't have much Welsh polling, do we? But there have been certain stories that have been developing from the polls that we do have. Let's actually take a look at one of the recent ones, which was conducted by YouGov on behalf of ITV Wales and Cardiff University. As you can see, at the start of September. We're showing you this one because, as you can see, it's got a sample size of more than 1,000 people, and sample sizes of more than 1,000 have seemed to be the sort of benchmark at which a poll is considered to be robust. That suggests, back in September, that within the margin of error, it was a two-horse race between Plaid Cymru on 30%, Reform on 29%. Welsh Labour way back in third place on 14%. The Conservatives even further back on 11%. Don't forget that they are currently the main opposition in Cardiff Bay. It looks like they are potentially facing a very difficult Senedd election next May. The Liberal Democrats on 6%, as well as the Greens and others on 4%. We should just say that there has been another poll that has been published in the last few days, actually, by Beaufort Research. The reason that we're not highlighting that one to the same extent is because it had a sample size of 533, under that 1,000 sample size threshold. But that one suggested Reform on 30%, Labour 23%, Plaid Cymru 22%, Conservatives 11%, and so on. So, pick the bones out of that. The polling broadly, the ones with the bigger sample size are telling a similar sort of story.
Yeah, if you map those, it does look like Labour's fallen back tremendously. I remember when I first saw that poll, my jaw was on the floor. It was this real moment, wasn't it? Where
Yeah, and for context, that was 40% in 2021. Labour had 40% of the vote in the Senedd election 2021. It's dropped to 14. We all, there was a collective
Yeah, at that time,
gasp.
Yeah, the Tories were the second party, weren't they? It's just, it's absolutely
those national
remarkable.
polls are tracking in a relatively similar way, and basically Plaid and Reform are always at the top, and it's between the two of them. That's what we're seeing on those national ones.
And I think, interestingly, that polling has had a major impact on this campaign specifically, because it was then that Plaid Cymru started using this two-horse race analogy, didn't they? And I think and it did start to filter through. You were hearing people on, out on the streets when we were out vox popping throughout this campaign. People were talking about that, saying, I am a lifelong Labour voter, but I'm going to hold my nose and vote Plaid Cymru because I think they're the only people that can win against Reform. So I think it has been a little bit of a turning point. One of the only ones, actually, in this whole campaign.
Interestingly, the Welsh Labour sources I've spoken to here before we came on air referenced that poll, actually, as a turning point as well for them. So
I think it's a turning point for Labour as well.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
But Labour, until that point, Labour could be like, well, it's all you guys making a big thing of this. We don't know, we don't know how it's going to look. We don't know, you're saying we're going to do badly, but what's that based on? We've now had quite a few of those YouGov ITV polls that have shown the same sort of thing. That's Labour in third, or a distant third. That's one of the reasons tonight is interesting, because if tonight's by-election shows something like that poll, so Plaid and Reform close together at the top and Labour far away, it adds more weight to that sort of argument that this is what May could look like. We
have had one Caerphilly constituency-based poll during this campaign as well. That was conducted by Survation between the 7th and 14th of October, and that backed up essentially that wider Wales poll, suggested Reform on 42%, Plaid Cymru 38%, again sort of margin of error stuff, Labour on 12%, Conservatives 4%, and so on. But once again, that huge caveat of it only being a sample size of 501, so big health warning.
But if it's anywhere near true, it's remarkable, isn't it? Because last time in the 2021 Senedd election, Labour won this seat with 45.96% of the vote. If that's even close, it's historic, isn't it, in a Welsh context, let alone in a kind of valleys in a South Wales context.
A remarkable turnaround. So in terms of the campaign, and you've both touched on it already, you've gone from the hyperlocal to the national, global factors that have really played a strong part in the literature, in the campaign messaging, in the talking points that we were discussing at the BBC Wales debate, some 10 days ago now. It's been an interesting mix, Ruth.
Yeah, so part of the problem here is that the Labour-run council has said it wants to close libraries and leisure centres. That is a sort of thing that really, really upsets people. People feel really passionately about those sort of local services.
Proper local by-election issue, right?
Yeah, exactly what we'd expect by-election to be is those sort of local issues. And then the second issue that's been sort of the other biggest talking point is immigration, which is so far from that. It's not a devolved issue. The Welsh Government have got no say over it. Part of the argument from those people talking about immigration is, well, immigration itself might not be devolved, but health and education are. If you've got lots more people here, then they're going to be a bit more strain on those services. And that's the sort of narrative that's gone there. It's that immigration topic that has been particularly divisive. And I was reading something from someone locally saying, hang on, when all this goes and all the lights go and all the placards come down in a few weeks, we as the community of Caerphilly are still going to be here. And there's been quite divisive lines drawn. You know, there was protests last weekend and counter-protests.
There was that amazing moment, wasn't there, in the BBC Your Voice, Your Vote debate where the mother from Caerphilly was saying that someone in her family wasn't born in the UK and she blamed Llyr Powell, the Reform candidate. She named him directly, pointed and told it straight to his face that she blamed him personally for her feeling uncomfortable about her sons leaving the house and feeling unsafe in her area. It was a remarkable
There was a real
moment.
strong counter moment to that as well. I know in our comments and our narrative there were so many people saying, hang on, you've got this completely wrong to her. So it has been a massively divisive topic. It, maybe been talked about, and that's Llyr Powell's argument as to why he keeps bringing it up. He says it's been brought up with him on the doorsteps. He's got to address it. He wants to address it. He wants to have those sort of difficult conversations.
It's absolutely something I've heard as well.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that does matter to people. But I think what struck me in that moment was that actually much of this isn't about the numbers. I mentioned that 2.9% number. That's the amount of people who are born outside of the UK that live in Caerphilly. It doesn't matter about the numbers. It's about how people feel, isn't it? It's about how that woman feels, how the impact of the debate is making her feel, but also about those people who genuinely really worry about about immigration, about the impact on those public services.
It's interesting as to how political parties of different colours are going to deal with this, if this continues to be an issue going into the Senedd election, because at the end of the day you have to meet the voters where they are, right? And if they want to talk about immigration, and I'm with you, Larry, we went out to talk to people in Caerphilly. It was not scientific at all. It was very much just sort of talking to people as and when they were passing on the street. But pretty much to a man and woman, everyone raised immigration as an issue they wanted to talk about. So a political party that is more supportive of immigration, what does it do? Does it lean into that conversation, or does it say, I'm sorry, mate, that's not devolved?
It's going to be a massive learning curve, and I think a lot of the parties are going to learn a lot from this by-election ahead of May. Plaid, they've all thrown a lot of resources here. We've seen how much Plaid and Reform have been out here with big numbers. I saw Richard Tunnicliffe, the Labour candidate, saying he's spoken to 75,000 people in his campaign. They've knocked on that many doors. Sorry, they've knocked on every door on that many number of doors. So they're all going to have to take that learn away and work out what is their line on it. What are they going to say? How are they going to have that discussion? Without getting away from the core issues of things that they're actually going to be discussing in the Senedd come May 8th, 9th next year. It's a really tricky problem for them all, but I think there's probably been some quite harsh learning for each party in the last few weeks of this by-election campaign.
I think it's going to be really difficult for those parties on the left, because, yes, I absolutely heard what you were saying on, when I was out kind of vox-popping people along this campaign, that people are really worried about it. But I also had just as many people speaking to me saying that they are really worried about the tone of the debate, that they are worried about immigration, but not because immigration is a problem to them, but because they see the way it divides their community. So I think parties have got to tread a really fine line if they're going to, bring the community back together after this.
This is one by-election for one seat in a 60-seat Senedd. Now, in and of itself, generally, that wouldn't make a big difference, but because of the makeup of the Senedd, it could be very consequential. We can show you the current makeup of the Senedd. So this is the way that this 59 seats that are currently filled are making up the Senedd in Cardiff Bay at the moment. So 59 out of 60. And to Larry, it sort of illustrates how, if Labour does indeed lose this seat, then it could be a big, big problem for the First Minister, Elena Morgan, when it comes to those budget negotiations, the need to pass a budget and those negotiations taking place at the moment. Explain why it might be an issue.
Yeah, up until the death of Heaven David, Labour held 30 of the 60 seats in the Senate. So they already needed one other member's support to get their budget passed or to pass legislation, because they need a majority to do that. Last year, they depended on the single Liberal Democrat leader, Jane Dodds, to do that. Now, if Labour lose tonight, they'll need 2 members, not just Jane, which suggests they'll have to work with other parties to do that, and that puts them in a very tricky position. And the consequences of not passing that budget are major. They are really serious, because the Government of Wales Act, just to get into the kind of, just for the geeks out there, means if it doesn't pass, it will automatically pass at 75% of this year's budget, which councils and the First Minister have warned will mean job cuts, cuts to services, and particularly in local government, because they're legally bound to pass a budget that's balanced before the election, which means that, that there won't be a chance for the next government, if there is a new government, to kind of try and fix it, essentially. So there are budget talks ongoing.
Yeah, there are, aren't there? So we understand that negotiations have already taken place between Welsh Labour and the Welsh Conservatives. Darren Millar, the leader of the Conservatives.
Yes, you heard that right. Isn't that crazy?
It is different, that's for sure. The Welsh Conservative Senedd Group leader, Darren Millar, has reached out to Olive Branch.
He's gone with his wish list, yeah.
And he said, look, we understand the seriousness of the situation. We are willing to talk. We've never talked in the past when it comes to budget, but we'll do so this time.
And I think if anything demonstrates how volatile the next sort of 6 months in Welsh politics are going to be, it's that. Labour, the fact that he offered it, the fact that Labour agreed to it, the fact that they didn't just have that first meeting and then walk away and say, absolutely not, we had the chat, but there's nothing there.
Just shows that they're in such deep water.
They're in deep water, and they're really conscious of what's going to happen here tonight. If it goes the way we think, which is that Labour won't win. Mark Drakeford was really clear when I spoke to him the day that he talked about his draft budget in the Senate for the first time. This is not just a vote for the people of Caerphilly, that they need to think about their local issues. It's got Wales-wide impact. Those warnings about job losses, about council tax rises, are absolute, bombshell things that can be put on an election leaflet by their opposition if Labour, what better thing to have on an election leaflet than they failed to pass a budget, X number of jobs have been cut, your council tax is going up 20% because of a Welsh Labour government. That is exactly what the opposition parties would love to be able to put there. And Elena Morgan's got to do everything she can to stop that happening, even if that means, for the first time, working for the Conservatives.
Interesting stuff. I think you need to get back to the day job, don't you?
I do.
But we really appreciate you joining us.
Have a lovely evening.
And we'll maybe talk to you at the end of the evening when we've got a clearer picture as to what's going on. Ruth Mazalski, political editor of Wales Online, is going to join that throng of people we can see in the hall here at Caerphilly Leisure Centre. What can we see? We can see ballot papers. We can see ballot papers being sorted, organised into piles. They're being verified in the first place, and then the counting starts. I've always wondered what it's like to be one of the volunteers, one of the many, many people who give up their time on nights like this to help and do their civic duty. I wonder what it's like to do so. I hope
in the name of democracy.
Absolutely. I hope they get some free tea and coffee, maybe some biscuits as well. So that is underway. We are going to continue with the debate here in the studio. We are delighted to say that we've got Laura McEvert, political strategist for the Conservatives in the Wales office in a past life, joining us. You've been involved in recent commissions as well, looking at the future of Wales democratically. You are tuned in, Lauren. What are you hearing?
Well, of course, now co-host of the Welsh Politics podcast.
Well, of course,
there be
it's
many
great.
more Welsh political podcasts.
It's great. Very welcome addition to the Welsh media landscape.
Absolutely. So, yeah, what are you hearing?
I think it's going to be a very interesting night. The issues that face Wales are broader than just immigration on the one hand, broader than just independence on the other hand. We are dealing with, 100 years of Labour being the dominant force in Welsh politics. The entire course of the Senedd and previous the Assembly's history being dominated by the Labour Party and supported at various points by Plaid Cymru and the Liberal Democrats. And yet we are also dealing with 20% of primary school leavers being functionally illiterate going into secondary school. The North Wales Health Board having been in special measures for, what is it now, 12 out of the last 14 years. We're dealing with what looks remarkably like it's trending towards state failure, and the Labour Party have been in charge of it for a long time. What that means is that what could be viewed as sort of challenger change parties, change movements, and people who are saying, well, we will make Wales great again, or we will make Britain great again, they are speaking a kind of language that a lot of voters will want to hear, because voters want a good education system, they want a good health system, and they feel like they're being failed by the more traditional wing of politics. And so those flag-carrying parties are the parties that are going to do well in a circumstance like that.
I feel like well, we have to say that the Welsh Government would obviously say that 14 years of austerity from the Tory government are responsible for that.
In which we increased health funding in England and they cut it in Wales. Let's be fair.
Hey, their talking points are there. The talking points are there for you to digest and get your head around. But the sort of broader narratives are fascinating. I mean, from a conservative and a sort of right-wing view, which is obviously your
particular persuasion.
Your particular persuasion, Lauren. I mean, what do you make of it? You know, if you're a Welsh Conservative at the moment, you must be thinking, what on earth can we do to stop this momentum? Not only of I know some of our political representatives going over to reform, but voters seemingly going in droves from the Conservatives to Nigel Farage's party.
We've got a sort of a twin problem in Wales. The first is that we carry the burden of 14 years in government in Westminster, where people, threw us out last year and were unhappy with the way that the government in London was working from a whole of UK perspective. And that impacts the way an opposition party in Cardiff can behave as an opposition party. They can't say, well, we'll be so different, because actually there is a track record at the other end of the M4 that kind of butts into some of that. But where I think there'll be some quite interesting battle lines drawn over the course of the next couple of months is in education. As an example, we heard Darren Miller at the Conservative Party conference really beginning to champion the concept of free schools and academies within Wales, which has not been the education model that Wales has gone down over the course of the last 20 years or so.
And also the option of having English medium schools as well, isn't it? So that the Welsh language would be forced.
Absolutely, but there's choice in education is a really important thing to Conservatives. And what you see in education in Wales is that the only choice that really exists for parents is that choice between Welsh and English medium schools where the choice exists. And so what you see is a higher socioeconomic background of people choosing the Welsh language medium because it's the only choice available to them to say, I want a smaller class size for my child. I want to have more of a say in how my child is being educated, which I think makes the turf incredibly ripe for what the Conservatives are going to offer in relation to the concept of free schools and academies, which, as English Conservatives, the Conservative Party obviously promoted significantly over 14 years in government at Westminster. So there they can begin to draw a battle line, I think, where we can look at a Conservative track record that is working in England, or did work before we were booted last year, and a Conservative narrative in Wales where we can offer a bit of change. But it is tough, coming off the back of 14 years in Westminster and converting that.
As well, Lauren, because I think it is fair to say that the voters on the right, your traditional voters in Wales, tend to look more to Westminster for their politics, London for their media, than concentrate on what's happening here in Wales. And that tension, that question mark as to whether the Welsh Conservatives can truly own that brand, truly differentiate themselves, is as relevant as ever, because the polling suggesting way back in fourth place, and it's fair to say that's as much as to what happened in Westminster, not because of what Andrew Davies before him and maybe Darren Miller has done here in Wales.
Well, I think it's kind of important to note that this is a microcosm, and it's not like we've ever performed astronomically well in this particular part of Wales.
No, let's be clear, the Conservatives were never in play in Caerphilly, were they?
Well, as a sort of counterpoint, you are currently the second biggest party in Cardiff Bay, the main opposition, and at Westminster levels, even in elections where you've been wiped out in Wales, you've come second in terms of the number of votes and vote share. So, you know, there is a Conservative constituency out there.
There absolutely
isn't always represented in a first-past-the-post.
There absolutely is. And I think where we've had a sort of a struggle in the last 20-odd years is in convincing our voters that it is as important to show up for the Senedd and previously Assembly elections as it is to show up for a general election for Westminster. And if what happens in May is that Reform are able to convert that section of Conservative voters, then we may really be in trouble. But that section of voters would have to be showing up really for the first time. And that's a hell of a thing for Reform to start banking on. But where I think Reform really...
do you not think that they would continue to do so? Is there something particular about this by-election that means they'll vote this time for the first time, but maybe not again?
I think it remains to be seen. We don't actually... do we have a turnout figure yet? Have they announced one?
Not
yet.
We'll bring it to you live when it comes, as soon as
it remains to be seen. But I think, you know, the thing that really helps Nigel Farage at the moment is actually what Labour put in place in terms of the electoral system for next May. He doesn't have to announce a leader in Wales. He doesn't have to announce any of his candidates. A system that was cooked up internally within the Labour Party to benefit them, ironically, will help Nigel Farage more than anybody else. And I think we're beginning to see the first bit of that tonight.
Let's talk more about that. But I want to welcome listeners on BBC Sounds to our live coverage of the results for the Caerphilly Senedd by-election. You are very welcome. Let's stick with Reform then and Nigel Farage. You must know lots of people who are making or have made that journey in recent months and years.
Well, quite famously, my former boss has.
Quite famously.
David Jones has.
David Jones, former Welsh Secretary, former MP for Clwyd West for many, many years.
19 years.
Very significant Welsh Conservative politician. He is now working for Reform UK on strategy ahead of the Senedd
According to Nigel Farage,
well, he's also profoundly
kind of
retired
their
as
policy.
well. He is also very much retired.
So why does someone like David Jones, who's been true blue throughout his life, make that journey? What are you hearing from people like him?
I think that there is a concern around immigration from the last 14 years and perhaps the fact that we didn't do enough to listen to voters about their concerns about immigration. I think, you know, and I won't speak for him, even though he's still a good friend and someone I care about enormously, you know, there are concerns about how our exit from the EU was handled. And there is, I think, a concern that the Conservative Party lost its way in some manner. But, you know, the decision that you're able to make when you are retiring from politics is very different to the decision that you're making when you're still actively working in it. And I don't believe that Nigel Farage would be a good Prime Minister. I don't believe he actually wants to be in power in Wales. I think his ideal scenario is topping the poll and being unable to form a government because no one will work with him, and therefore he gets to you know, have an organisation within Cardiff that shouts very loudly but doesn't actually have to deliver a government.
When I put that very question to him a couple of weeks ago, you know, there were critics are accusing him of using Wales as a political theatre, or Caerphilly particularly, to get ahead in Westminster, and he laughed and said, "Of course,
yeah,
you know, that's exactly what I'm doing. Every election I've ever fought has been political theatre."
I mean,
to get ahead in Westminster.
I think it was about a year ago he gave a speech where he said that the two main words for the upcoming 18 months were Wales and Dehont. And this is a man who has consistently run parties that know how to work in the proportional representation systems. And the new system that is coming, the closed list system, really benefits his ability to be a single-person leader of a party. Everybody else riding on Nigel's coattails. He doesn't have to announce a leader in Wales. He doesn't have to announce his candidates because of the closed list system.
I'm not going to get you to explain fully the Dehont system.
Please don't. But I'm assuming
we've had a discussion beforehand, and that's all yours.
I'm assuming viewers and listeners are fully up to speed. If of course, the BBC News website is your friend. Teleri, you are going to start...
Grab my mic.
Grabbing your mic and making your way down to that hall to see if we can get a better sense of what's going on. As we've seen already, and we can see in here now, the counting, the verifying of the votes, at least, is well underway, and it's busy down in that hall, which is just beneath us here at Caerphilly Leisure Centre. We can see here, they're piling up the votes. What they tend to do is verify them, check that the X's are in the right place, that they make sense, that they are valid votes. Then they'll put them into piles for the different candidates and parties, and then they'll do the full counting, and then eventually, at some point, hopefully the next couple of hours, we will be able to bring you the final result. Don't go anywhere. We will have it for you during the evening. We can turn now, though, to our next guest. Hugh Irranca-Davies is the Deputy First Minister for the Welsh Labour Government in Cardiff Bay. How are you?
Good, tired. It's been a long day.
You've been out all day?
A long few weeks as well. Yeah, I've been out all day. Thank goodness the weather was sort of with us today, so it did mean we could get out on the doorsteps.
Well, the meteorological weather maybe, but perhaps not the political weather at the moment.
It's been a tough campaign all the way through, it really has. And I think by-elections always are as well, particularly when you're in government, and when you're in government at both ends of the M4 as well. So it has been tough. But a lot of conversations as well, a lot of conversations with people. And you have to spend time speaking to people as well, understanding what the concerns are, what they're going to vote on.
And we'll get on to that, but you've lost this seat, right? I mean, people in the party saying that to us.
Well, we don't know until we see the votes actually counted here tonight, and that's going on.
But what's your sense from the conversations and all the info that you've got?
I think it's been tough, and it's interesting the way that polls play into this as well. Because in the days, I go back a long way, when you didn't have such a lot of polling information out there, you'd wait until the count came out. But when the polls tell that story day after day, that you're being squeezed and applied and reform are the ones that are jostling, whatever, it does affect the conversations you then have on the doorstep as well. And people get into their minds, well, if I want to defeat reform, then do I go for Labour? Do I stay? I've had a lot of people today saying to me, for example, look, I'm Labour, but it won't be this time. I'll be lending my vote here to reform, because lending my vote to Plaid Cymru, because I definitely don't want reform in. Now, that's quite interesting. And it hasn't been across one age either. It's been older Labour voters. It's been younger people as well who want to vote Labour. So we'll see how this comes out tonight. But if that is the case, and if we get to the point where we've been squeezed out because of that contest about who's going to beat reform in a by-election, then for Labour that means we've got a good alliance. But as I say, the votes haven't been counted yet. We've got to wait and see.
So how do you explain then a series of polls, not just recent ones, that say the same story?
Yeah,
they're suggesting the same story as well, that you are way back in third. You know, they're going back several months. It's not necessarily a recent phenomenon when you look at the polls. And there are different polls and different sample sizes. There are caveats to all of that. But the ones with the sort of bigger sample sizes are telling a similar story.
Yeah, and I don't think you can ignore that trend. So I think we've got to acknowledge as a Labour Party that for the first time in a long time, we are playing the role of the underdog here. We don't mind that, because we don't think we should ever be in a position where we take any votes for granted. It is interesting that within this by-elections are always I'm a by-election candidate. By-elections are always very different. They're not always fought on the ultra-local issues. Sometimes they are. Sometimes by-elections are all to do with the local street cleaning or this or that, the other. This one, it's been permeated by immigration, even though there's no vote taken out there for tomorrow to do with immigration, but it's been right in there. It's also, because of that, been quite a polarising one. Some of the conversations I've had have been really out there, you know, stretched out wide.
So what do you say to a voter in Caerphilly when they raise immigration as an issue? Do you say to them, that is not a Welsh Government responsibility, that is a responsibility of the UK Government? Or, because many of them seem to want to talk about it, do you meet them on their terms and say, well, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it?
You engage with people because there is a good conversation to have about managed immigration. But you have to strip out where some of the stuff has just been bolted together. Asylum alongside legal immigration, alongside illegal immigration, all out there on social media, all out in some of the mouths of some politicians being just bunched in there. So you have to spend the time. You know, I will spend 10, 15 minutes on a doorstep going through, you know, actually going through this with people, understanding their concerns. And of course, we're in a constituency where immigration, actually the levels of immigration are exceptionally low, and yet it's still out there and it's in there in the zeitgeist. So I think you have to, as a politician, whether you're a local politician or a Senate politician, you have to engage with that. And then you also have to go on to the other big ticket issues. And I noticed earlier on in your conversation you were talking about the implications of this by-election. They are bigger than only the by-election. the implications are about the future of public services in Wales. They are about actually keeping people in jobs, emptying the bins, making sure that we've got social services running and all of that as well. It's a really significant one. But actually a lot of the discussion hasn't been about that, which is, it's been an odd by-election.
Just to stick with immigration, because I think that'll get us on to the wider point of the UK government's performance, which is clearly an issue in this by-election and clearly could well be an issue for you next May. What is your sort of assessment of how ministers in Whitehall, in Westminster, are dealing with this issue with just over a year gone since they've come into power? Because the numbers aren't going in the right direction. You know, you've had the Home Secretary accept that just today, I think, in terms of boat crossings across the English Channel, for example. Yeah,
entirely. And I think you've got to accept that the UK government coming in have had a year where they've really had to sort stuff out, and they've had difficult decisions, and they've made unpopular decisions as well. And some of them they're adjusting now as we go forward, which is good to see. They're listening and they're adjusting. You've also got to say as well that it's not only what's been happening at a UK level. One of the challenges for Welsh Labour is actually to say, well, yes, we've been here in government, in partnership, in coalition, in partnership agreements, whatever, so we've never had an outright majority. But we've been here in the Assembly, then the Senate, in some form of control there for 25 years. So what do you do next, and can you look at your record? You know, I'll tell you one of the big takeaways for me from this campaign. We governed. In the early days of Rhodri Morgan, we had very little powers to do much with, but it was the start of the Assembly then, as it was then. Under Carwyn Jones's time, we started having the powers to do stuff, but we had all those years of budget cuts, tough budget after tough budget. Didn't just affect the Carwyn's administration in the Welsh Government, it also affected local authorities, frontline public services. But we managed to get through that austerity and protect things like Flying Start provision in Caerphilly, in my constituency, when it was cut and disappeared in England. We kept Flying Start going, speech and language therapy for young children. We kept the investments going so that local authorities weren't on their knees. Well, even in the last couple of years, we saw local authorities in England who were struggling, talking about possibly going bankrupt.
OK.
So
you'll point out what you see as the wins in terms of your record, but others will point out the bigger story in terms of the state of the NHS.
Yeah, it's different.
Betsy Cadwallader, the North Wales Health Board, in special measures for years and years and years. The numbers in terms of people waiting for an NHS appointment, absolutely astronomical. You know, we mentioned Carwyn Jones there many years ago saying we took our eye off the ball when it came to education. The PISA results, awful. Wales at the bottom. Economic output. You know, we are at the languishing at the bottom of so many of those tables, and it's been under your watch. So people, you might point to some of the wins. Other people would fairly point to a lot of the losses.
Indeed. So what I wasn't doing there was pointing to the wins. What I was pointing to were things that we've actually protected through those years of austerity. We also, by the way, did the biggest building of 21st century schools that we've seen since the 1960s. We restored all those buildings. We introduced the new curriculum. We have the lowest youth unemployment in the whole of the UK. We introduced the apprentices scheme, the youth guarantee. So there are things we can point to despite the austerity. But actually,
so you genuinely think that in the Senate election in May, you can tell a story that
there's a different chapter
suggests that it is a record that people should continue to
So there's a different chapter. So the different chapter within that story, what we've seen in the last year, but we haven't had enough time to actually move on to this. We voted through a budget only last year of a £1.6 billion uplift in Wales. The first time that we've had a record settlement. What we've managed to do in that time, and since Eluned Morgan has come in, is we've seen a 2/3 drop in the longest waiting times in Wales. We've got a lot further to go, but a 2/3 drop in it. We've seen the
What happened to the longest waiting times today?
We've seen the
new stats out today,
We've seen the ambulance wait.
Just on that, because you mentioned the longest waits there. What happened in terms of the other longest waits today? Stats out today. They've gone back up, haven't they?
So there will always be month by month difference. But what you can't deny is we've got a trend now of them coming down. You look at the ambulance.
You said you'd get rid of them many years ago.
And we will keep it going down. The only way we do it is when we actually have, in lockstep, funding that comes through that can sustain the drive downwards on those waiting times, which we're now seeing for the first time. This is my argument. We've gone through all those years
So how do you explain then why they're going in the opposite direction? If you have the funding now
Because
in order to drive them down, why are they reversing?
Because it's a matter of investment, and also keeping...
But you say you've got that investment.
And also keeping the toes, the feet of the health boards to the fire to say you need to keep on working on this. We've shown it works. Now keep it going down right across every health board in Wales. If you look at the ambulance waiting times today, they are down again, those ambulance waiting times again, because we're keeping it going. Now that has happened in the last year. So my argument would be is, difficult year with the UK Labour government coming in. They've had to fix a lot of things while they've been there. But we've also now seen the investment that we can tell a compelling story going from now into May's election. And bear in mind, we have got 6 months to go as well. They say a week is a long time in politics. 6 months is an epoch of time. And we need to tell that compelling story. And we also have to tell, James, as well, there is a contrast here. Because if you have, for example, if you have anywhere that you have reform near the levers of power, just look at what's happening on the ground at the moment. Look at what's happening in Kent. Look at what's happening in the southwest in Cornwall. Look at what happened when their predecessor, UKIP, was actually in the Assembly, when they split within months of being into chaos, absolute chaos. So there is a danger here as well between a really serious approach to government that says, now that we have the investment, we can bring those waiting times down, we can bring the ambulance times down, we can invest in things like potholes and road surfacing.
For so many people out there watching this programme, listening to it, they'll say, my lot is terrible. You know, I look around me, the services that I rely on, the streets that I live on, you know, they're threadbare. They are not in the position I want to. I'm struggling to make ends meet. So why don't I vote for change? Because what I voted for in the past hasn't delivered for me. And with, you know, records in mind, I'm just wondering, you know, you're having to defend two records, really, when it comes to next May's Senate election, whether that's fair or not. You'll be defending your own record, but it's seemingly you're having to defend Sir Keir Starmer's record as well. And I'm just wondering whether he, in particular, and his government, is a big problem for you. He is not a popular Prime Minister. He's very unpopular.
The next 6 months will be the telling of it. It's not now. It's as we go through month by month. If we continue to have the investment and also have a genuine working in the interest, not just of the UK, but also of Wales as well, then I think we will see a very different set of results, and we'll see those polls shifting as well. And, you know, I was on the doorstep today with a young guy who was in his, I would say, when I get to this age now, ages get a bit blurry, but I would say he was in his early 20s. He was a bright young lad. And one of the things he was saying was, and this is interesting in terms of tonight, but also the longer term picture. He said, look, I'm a Labour voter. The first time I could vote, I voted Labour. Haven't voted this time, okay, for Labour, because what I want to see you doing is the two of you working together. He said, I'm starting to see it, but I'm not convinced. So I haven't voted for you this time, but I'm willing to come back to you in May. Now, that was interesting, because it wasn't somebody who'd had years and years of experience. It was somebody who was on his second vote. Now, that tells me that the story that we have to tell is about these two governments actually getting it right in terms of things like cost of living, bread and butter issues, such as making sure that there is more money in people's pockets, particularly the working class and the middle and low-income earners, but it's also investment in local green spaces, local public services. And there's a big issue now in the outcome of tonight as well, which you were touching on earlier on. We've actually got to get a budget passed. Now, we're going to take a very grown-up approach to this, and we've said quite openly to Plaid Cymru, to the Conservatives, whatever, this budget needs to pass so that we protect public services. That's what we've always done as a government here, whoever we've been working with.
Would you rather lose this by-election? Would you rather lose this by-election to Reform or Plaid Cymru?
Neither. We prefer to win this election.
Of course, I understand that. But you've also tried to paint it as a two-horse race between yourself and Reform, despite what all the polling said, despite what you've said. Yeah. During this programme, I was passing a billboard in the heart of Caerphilly, which suggested that it was a two-horse race between you and Reform. And you've accepted that that's not what you've been hearing on the doorstep. But it's disingenuous, isn't it? No,
you campaign to win, and you campaign right up until 10 o'clock, until the ballots close and the polling booths close, and that's the way we've always done it. And every party will do that as well.
Even if you're putting a huge spin on what you're putting out there, because what you are putting on billboards is not matching what you've said.
You're saying that other parties don't actually put spin on things. I've seen some of the two-horse races stuff that were a month ago.
To explain to viewers as well, we are literally, quite literally, in a spin room.
There are spin bikes over there.
Got spin bikes over my shoulder.
Yeah,
we're not going to use them tonight, but we are literally in the spin room.
We always campaign to win. I mean, look.
And just try and explain to me then, what coming third here in Caerphilly, potentially, if what we're hearing so far is right,
Yeah.
What coming third here in Caerphilly, a seat you've held at every Senedd election and every general election since 1918, what that would mean for the Labour Party and its psyche?
I think from a media perspective, you'd say that a by-election like this, if we were, because again, those ballots have not been counted yet, right? And we've run a good campaign with a really good candidate. So let's wait until it's actually done. But if we were to come where the polls are suggesting, and when you're suggesting now that we come in third, then it'll be a real blow to us tonight, because we fought a good campaign with a good candidate, and we always try to do that. But actually, what it also says to us is we then need to rapidly reflect on that. What have we heard? Speak to the people, all of us who've been out on the streets listening to people. What have they told us? And then say, right, refocus. We got 6 months until the May election. This isn't a moment where, as some of the media are saying, we suddenly go into a tailspin. Welsh Labour does not do that. This party is built within these valleys. And we have, by the way, lost seats before. Not to say we will tonight. We haven't. That has not been turned out. But we've lost seats in the valleys before, so we build back.
We will bring you the results as soon as we get them. As you say, it's early on in the evening, but to be fair, it is people within your own party who've been telling us behind the scenes that it could be a very, very difficult night.
It could be a tough night here, yeah.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much for joining us. Huw Ranker Davies is the Deputy First Minister for the Welsh Labour Government. Now then, Teleri is down in the hall somewhere. She has got some company.
I will be talking to a few esteemed guests very shortly, but I first wanted to give you a little bit of an explainer about the way things are working here. So, if you look in that that far corner over there, that blue door is where the ballot boxes have been coming in, and I'll bring you round this way because we've got hopefully a line here. If I just ask my esteemed colleagues, so that's Lindsay Whittle there, the Plaid candidate. But see those boxes on the floor at the bottom there? So all the ballot boxes have come in. They're being placed on those numbers on the floor to verify visually that they've got them all, and then they get moved to these tables. You might notice on some of the columns that they've got the names of the wards or the polling stations on them. First thing they do is these volunteers count the ballots, make sure that they've got them first to verify the vote. That's when we'll get that all-important turnout number, and then they go again and they count them all individually. And all these people around, you see with clipboards, they're agents for the political parties. They're just checking to make sure that everyone's doing what they're doing right. They'll also have a little bit of data about the way this seat has gone last time. They'll be able to compare all the different wards and all the different polling stations to decide, you know, whether they're ahead or behind. Right there. You can tell that this is a big deal because we've got so many press and media here from other parts from outside of Wales. All of these cameras, this is where all the press is sitting here trying to get a steer on things, and you can't move for politicians in this room or esteemed journalists like this man here, who is Gareth Lewis, who was in the middle of texting one of his secret sources, I'm sure.
They texted me first, actually.
Gareth Lewis, our political editor at BBC Wales. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, yeah. I mean,
what are you hearing?
Right, let's start right at the beginning. I think there's been a working assumption for a little while that Labour will lose tonight. It wasn't particularly difficult to find Labour people willing to tell you that today in the run-up to polls closing.
They haven't conceded that properly until tonight, have they?
Yeah.
But it feels like the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, and already I think some talk in Labour circles about what a good defeat might look like. Because remember, this is first past the post tonight. Next May, we've got the new system of proportional representation. So I think they'll be looking at that percentage of the vote share. Is there a percentage vote share that they feel they can work off next year in order to perhaps get 2 seats in this area out of the 6 available? The flip side to that, of course, if the percentage vote share is low, they could be looking at real difficulties. You're looking at about 12% to get a seat. If they're on 11, 12, 13, 14%, and if that were extrapolated across the whole of Wales, you're starting to get into quite tricky territory for the Labour Party. But what a story that would be, a century of domination in this part of Wales. They have they've all but conceded defeat in public. They've conceded it privately. It is a question now of who out of the other two. And, you know, if you've just been having a look, I saw you doing that just now. You can see how many votes they're racking up. It's a question of which of Plaid Cymru and Reform has managed to capitalise on it.
What's the bigger story here, do you think? A Labour loss or a Reform or Plaid win?
It is a really good question, and I was asked that question a couple of weeks ago by a colleague of ours in London, and I think it really depends on how you want to write or tell that story. Look, you can't get away from the fact that Labour losing after, you know, such a long time dominating elections in Caerphilly, dominating elections in South Wales. If they were to lose, that is a massive, massive deal. And it's then a sort of a story about how you tell the Plaid or the Reform victory, isn't it? Reform on this incredible march, you know, 400 and odd votes back to the 2021 Senedd election. Can they actually win a by-election now in 2025? And for Plaid Cymru, it's all about that. Can they show that they are the viable left-leaning alternative to Labour? To win tonight, they'd have to have wooed and attracted Labour voters to their side in order to do that. If they can do that tonight, it'll give them an enormous confidence boost, a morale boost, a pep talk going into the Senedd election next May.
Yeah, and for both of those parties, there's a lot at stake because they both want to be able to tell that story of momentum, don't they, going into the Senedd election in May.
Absolutely. And look, I think one thing, I should tell you what I was texted about, actually, shouldn't I? Because I sort of half missed you coming over. Look, I think the sense from the text message, obviously can't tell you who it was, the sense from speaking to people here, the sense certainly from that text message as well, two words keep cropping up over and over again, very close. And I think we are getting the sense that it doesn't matter who you speak to from Reform, who you speak to from Plaid Cymru. I thought perhaps they were being a bit coy to start off with, but I think genuinely there are some nerves out there. There's talk from some in Reform. It's been a question all along. Will they get their voters out? They did it in the English local elections. Will they manage to do it here in Caerphilly? Will Plaid have managed to draw enough voters to their side in order to sort of do what they wanted to do, which is to say, they said all along, didn't they, look, if you don't want Reform, vote for us, it's us, not Labour. Have they managed to do that? And, you know, frenetic counting going on. You can almost feel the nerves, actually. I know it's only early, they're only an hour and a half into it, but you can see there is already the sort of the drawn lines of concentration and nervousness on faces here.
And what have you made of the campaign, Gareth? There have been some standout moments. I actually thought that the BBC Your Vote, Your Voice debate was a real standout moment for a couple of reasons. Not only you had that kind of amazing TV moment with that mother kind of confronting Keir Powell, really laying bare the kind of emotion behind this debate, but also what struck me was the kind of it's still a local by-election, it's still local issues that are really driving. Well, in that debate, they got most heated talking about libraries.
Yeah, they did. It has been heated. Heated is the word, I think. I mean, they spent, the first 20 minutes shouting at each other.
Getting really
now,
het up,
completely depends on your take. That was either good TV, because it was very much in your face, or you didn't learn anything.
Or it was a bit of a turn-off, yeah.
In fairness, do you ever learn that much from the debate programmes? Perhaps it's the one-on-one interviews where you get more out of it. But, you know, the issues that we expected to come up have come up. So the NHS obviously came up. Immigration has come up throughout the campaign. In that debate, what you mentioned with the mum and the interaction with Keir Powell, perhaps not in the way that we expected. And then the library closures too. A Labour-run local council decides to close them. Labour's by-election campaigns to keep them open, which led to accusations to some opponents of Labour of hypocrisy. I think perhaps we got as well, you know, you can't read too much into it because it's a by-election, it's a different voting system, but it's inevitable. We're going to read into it. You got a little taste, perhaps, of how fraught, how tense, how intense that campaign is going to be for next May.
Have you heard anything about turnout?
No, I haven't, and I keep asking people that. It really depends, I think, on who you...
It shouldn't be too long until we hear a bit, should it?
Who you speak to, where they've been, and what particular bundles of papers they're looking at. I've heard some people talk about potential turnout of over 50%. Now, bear in mind, we've not had that in a Senedd election. That would be really, really big, but I've spoken to other people saying, no, it's been really low.
Gareth, I'm going to have to let you go. You are being...
Am I being summoned?
You were being summoned by another media,
It's not a cup of tea,
a competitor. So we'll let you go. Gareth Lewis, our political editor. Thank you very much. We'll catch up with you later. But don't worry, we've got another guest for you. We've got Richard Gurner, who is lurking behind me right here.
Hi, Taneri, how are you doing?
Hi, Richard. How are you?
bit tired. Been a long old campaign.
Before you start, Richard Gurner is the Caerphilly Observer's editor, and we've been chatting quite a lot over the campaign, haven't we, about the way it's been going. How's it been for you?
Tough. It has been...
You must be knackered.
Yeah, I am. It has been one of the most, if not the most intense campaigns that I've covered.
Why is that?
First of all, the interest. So lots of people are seemingly engaged with the political process, which I've spoken about before, and also the importance of it. So, we all know about the budget situation. If Labour does not get this seat, there's
proper jeopardy here, isn't there?
Yes.
Not just for kind of, the political parties, but for, the Welsh, for the governance of, for the Welsh government and how Wales is governed, and even to jobs in local authorities. If that budget doesn't pass, then it will pass at this year's level at 75%. That could have catastrophic consequences for people's jobs, livelihoods across Wales.
Yeah, of course. I think Mark Drakeford, when he announced the budget, when was it, last week, he came out with a figure of £7 billion worth of cuts. That is going to be, as you said, catastrophic, and that would really put us into uncharted territory.
Let's stick to Caerphilly for a bit then. So it's been a really local campaign, hasn't it? How has that manifested itself? People seem to be... Let's give a little bit of context to our viewers maybe that haven't been following the campaign closely and are kind of tuning in tonight for the first time. So the Labour-led council here in Caerphilly are having to make drastic cuts to balance their books, including cutting libraries and leisure centres, and that's been a real sticking point in the campaign, particularly because, ironically, the Labour candidate in this by-election has made it a by-election issue by campaigning to save them.
That was a bit of a surprise when
it's raised a few eyebrows, hasn't it?
Yeah, certainly. So when I spoke to the Labour candidate Richard Tunnicliffe at the start of the campaign, he was pretty diplomatic on the challenges faced by the Labour-controlled Caerphilly Council, and he was putting forward the argument of resources need to be managed responsibly. Libraries are evolving in terms of how people use them and how many people are using them. And then all of a sudden...
But then he had this big petition out, didn't he?
Yeah, all of a sudden then the UK government came out and announced £21 million over 10 years for Caerphilly, and that instantly turned it for the local Labour campaign, where they've said, right, this £21 million, which I think, £2 million each year, we can use that to save the libraries. And they started this big campaign, and it was a real moment where they sort of like made a case for it. But again, that just plays, I thought that just played a bit awkwardly, because you've got, as you said, a Labour candidate campaigning against a Labour-controlled council, which is ultimately funded by a Welsh Labour government.
Trust in politicians has come up and kind of as a big theme, particularly in that debate we were talking about earlier. Trust in politicians and people delivering, and hypocrisy seemed to be a theme that came up a lot, and it kind of feeds into that sense of people's fatigue with the kind of dominant two parties in Welsh politics, in UK politics, of Labour and the Conservatives, which might be part of the reason we're seeing these other two parties that don't necessarily win in first past the post elections here in Wales doing so well.
Well, Pride has always been strong.
Yeah, Pride's always had a presence.
So generally with elections, they usually come second. And this time round, I think there is a real chance that they might actually win this. Looking around the hall tonight, there's quite a few smiling Pride faces and maybe a few Reform faces not looking too happy.
Wow, well, we have had our first prediction from Mr. Caerphilly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, stick that on the live page, guys. We will come back down to the hall shortly. I might come back up the stairs and join you in the impromptu spin room / studio. But I think you've got someone else on the sofa, James, so I'll hand back to you.
I do indeed. None of them on the spin bikes yet. Maybe some of them willing to put their heads on the blocks and make a prediction. I have still got Laura McKevitt, podcaster extraordinaire.
Thank you very much.
Here with me in the Spin studio. And I've also got a new guest, Will Hayward of the Will Hayward newsletter, a fellow political podcaster and Guardian columnist. How are you doing, Will? You okay?
Very good, very good. Excited to be at a by-election.
Oh, we all are, aren't we? You have been down on the floor. You've been talking to sources throughout the day and since the polls closed. What are you picking up?
I feel that Plaid are more confident than I've seen them all day. I don't think that means that they think that they are definitely going to win. But what I do think, the impression I am getting is that they feel that they are in the fight. I don't think even if Plaid win, I just can't see how they win with a significant percentage ahead of Reform. But I can see it being very close. I think if Reform win, that has the potential to be by several percentage points. But there's been a lot of smiling Plaid faces. I mean, they might just be happy people, but
always trying to read the ruins on days like this. You're never sure whether you're picking up the right signals.
I mean, a couple of people have proactively sought me out to say this is looking more positive than we thought, and that is quite an unusual thing to do. There's no reason to do that unless that's how you genuinely feel.
And that's Plaid Cymru people.
That's Plaid Cymru people.
Okay.
I think we should probably caveat that by saying that the room downstairs is one of the most heavily caffeinated rooms in Britain tonight, and that so
that's where all the coffee is.
Yeah,
right?
there's some really strong instant coffee downstairs.
You've been here before. You know what it's like.
Well, not this particular leisure centre, but many leisure centres over the years.
You know your leisure centres across
Absolutely.
Wales and across the United Kingdom. And give us a sense then of how easy it is as a political operative to get a genuine sense as to what's happening.
Well, there's a mantra that we use when we talk about elections from the sort of the political spin room, which is the only poll that matters is the one on polling day, and it is polling day, but the end result hasn't come out yet. So we still get to say that the only poll that matters is the one that's still being counted. So it is genuinely quite hard to tell. You've got there is a sort of a tradition within British politics of knocking on someone's door and saying, can I count on your vote next year? In a by-election where you're trying to knock on every single door rather than just your own vote to get it out, there can be the possibility of people just trying to get you off your doorstep and telling you what you'd like to hear in order to do that really, really quickly. But it is quite hard to tell sometimes, and it is sort of all to play for tonight between the two sort of lead parties in here, Plaid Cymru and Reform.
Don't have a sense of the turnout figure
Not
here
yet.
I don't think we do anyway. But that is going to be a big factor.
Yeah.
And sort of picking up on what you're talking about there, being able to get your voters out, those who tell you throughout the campaign that they will vote for you, getting them out to actually do that.
Yeah. Well,
That's the big thing that you do on election day.
And then
right?
there's understanding where that vote has actually gone. We are seeing a lot of tactical voting in this particular election. A lot of people lending their vote to Plaid because they don't like Reform, lending their vote to Reform because they're really anti-independence. They're really not an independence fan. And so whether or not you're able to stand on the doorstep for the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, or any other party, and get an adequate sense of what is really going on.
Because in the past, then, maybe not even the distant past, you had a very good sense of who your voters were, and you just knocked on those doors and you tried to get them out. The electorate now is all over the shop.
Well, like I said,
there's less loyalty.
That's slightly different in a by-election to a general election. In a by-election, you really do try and talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You're trying to talk to the entire patch. In a general election where you're time limited and resources are spread across the whole country, you're trying to talk to as many people as possible, for sure, but in targeted areas where you think you're going to reach the largest number of potential voters. And then you begin to slim it over the course of the campaign until the final couple of days where it is get out the vote time and you're going to your voters to get them out.
Yeah, I think on that issue of turnout, I think one of Plaid Cymru's strengths, or what they will see as one of their strengths, is people who are more inclined to vote for Plaid Cymru are more inclined to vote in a Senedd election. So we know Reform voters generally, speaking in generalities here, are less politically engaged. And we know that people who are politically engaged tend not to vote in general elections, and they definitely tend not to vote in Senedd elections. So Plaid have got the advantage that people, at least who might be inclined to vote for them, have that muscle memory. I know, speaking for people from Reform, they were genuinely really shocked at how few of their voters were even registered to vote. And I think obviously by-elections are different to full Senedd elections, and I think what Reform are able to do when it's a single by-election, you can put all your resources into getting those people signed up, getting them out on the day. When you're doing that across a whole country, that is a lot harder. So even if they're able to get their vote out here, that will be a lot harder come a Senedd election.
But what is interesting about this particular Senedd election is because you're no longer needing to keep a named candidate in a named constituency, your ability to move your troops around Wales in a different manner is going to be different to what we've ever seen before. Much bigger constituencies, you know, the coattails of Nigel Farage, how long are they really? Is Nigel bouncing around the whole country? Is he only in certain targeted areas? The political map for next May is completely different to anything that we've seen before. And it's quite hard to read the runes from this far out as to what that's going to look like.
Well, we can potentially show you that political map. We can't show you that political map. I've been told we can't. We will do that later, but it is worth pointing... No, sorry, stay with us. It's coming. But it is worth saying, and picking up on your point there, this is the last time at a Senedd electoral that there is going to be a first past the post battle, right? This is the last time because we're moving to a new voting system across Wales, a new political map for next year's Senedd election. It's always difficult to read across from a by-election to a Senedd election or a general election. It's potentially even harder this time because things are changing so much come May.
I mean, it's so hard. So not only do you have combined super constituencies, 16 super constituencies, you also have the challenge that people tend to vote differently in a Senedd election to how they would do if it was a general election. But now that we have a proportional system, we don't know how, because Plaid have always had a thing where Labour voters will go over to them for Senedd elections. But we don't know whether that's going to change now. It's broadly proportional. I should say, although it is a more proportional system, it is the least proportional system you can possibly have.
The least democratic proportional system.
Oh, it's just terrible.
The last guys who did this were the GDR. Like, this is a cooked-up in Labour HQ solution, and I think what London Labour are...
It's a compromise, isn't it? It's the thing that could get through from the parties that were supportive of...
Well, no, so this is where it gets really interesting, and we covered this on the podcast recently, is that this was very much a Labour Party internal decision and an agreement between the Labour executive in London and the Labour executive in Cardiff. And what I find really fascinating about Labour cooking this up internally is it's kind of the worst of all situations for them now, because Reform get to benefit massively from this, and they get tagged with a pretty bad system. But what I think London were hoping for before the by-election came up was that they could tag a loss next year on Mark Drakeford's terrible system. But it sounds an awful lot like they're going to get a shellacking on an old-school first-past-the-post system tonight. So they don't get to hide behind that language next May anymore because they will have been beaten on both systems.
We always deliver here at BBC Wales. I said that we'd show you the map. We're going to show you the map. So this is what the Senedd map looks like for next year's election. Try and find which constituency you're in. You're in one of 16 super-sized constituencies. The reason they're so big is that they're pairing the 32 Westminster constituencies into 16, and it is to essentially facilitate the expansion of the Senedd. So it's going up from the current 60 Senedd members to 96. And each constituency is going to elect 6 Senedd members. And you'll be doing it through the de Hont method, the additional member system. It is going to be essentially a party or an individual that you choose, and each party will list its candidates. They'll decide that. You won't be able to decide that. They'll have done that beforehand. But you won't see those candidates, or you won't be able to vote for them individually. No. You'll be voting for a party. It's a huge change, and it's really difficult, therefore, Will, to assess whether people understand it come next May, that there has been a change, whether they understand that they might not need to vote tactically, or they might still think they will need to. How to sort of project or guess how that's going to play out is going to be an absolute nightmare for the parties and for us as political journalists. Yeah,
right? I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, looking at that map, Bilf Wells is now a coastal constituency.
Once those farmers work out they can join the Merchant Navy, they'll be off.
I think what is going to be interesting is, now, it is possible to think tactically in that system, but what it will involve is understanding how everybody else in that area is going to vote. So if you want to, if you see Plaid Cymru as the main opposition to Reform, and you were a Labour voter and you think, fine, I'll vote Plaid, what I'll do is I'll vote Plaid, The problem is, if all of those Labour voters go for Plaid, whoever gets the 6th seat in those seats, it's going to come down to just a few votes. So actually, throwing your support behind the party that's going to win the most votes actually might stop another party, for instance, on the left, from winning that 6th seat. So actually, weirdly, your vote for the largest party on the left might allow a party like Reform to take that 6th seat. So it's going to be almost impossible for people to vote tactically. And you might say, well, that's really good. We want a proportional system. We want people to go to the polls and put a big cross next to the party that they want to vote for the most. But the problem is, as soon as you drop below that kind of 12%-ish threshold, parties are going to be... And so parties can actually win nothing. And if we end up with Jeremy Corbyn's party sitting candidates in certain areas winning 2 or 3% of the votes, that'll eat in to that kind of left of centre.
Well, and the Greens, and there's a big left-wing coalition there that could be problematic for Labour.
Guys, we could talk for days about the minutiae of political strategy.
Oh, please.
We could. We won't, but we could. We could. We're going to get back to the Caerphilly by-election. And I think it is worth underlining, Will, the enormity of this result, if indeed, as it's being suggested by Labour sources, by Hugh Rankin-Davies, the Deputy First Minister, just a few minutes ago here on the programme, suggesting that it's looking tough for the Labour Party. If they are not only losing this seat, but back in third, that is a huge story.
It's absolutely a huge story. I think the story is how far behind they are. If they're in third, closely behind Plaid Cymru, I think there'll be still people within Labour who will go, OK, we're still in this fight. I actually think, in a way, that could be the worst thing that could happen to them, because they'll think, well, actually, we just need to tweak. I think the party are at a point now where they are facing an absolutely, potentially catastrophic result come May. Obviously, we don't know exactly what's going to happen tonight, but just from the conversations I've had in Caerphilly, the conversations I've had with Labour MSs, I think they're in really, really serious trouble. And I think to underestimate how far that the ripples of this need to go within the party, both here in Wales, but also in London. I mean, I don't know if they will. They will read those signs. I mean, I've still had people who said these polls overly favour Plaid, but we shall see.
Is it a perfect storm for Labour? It is a record of more than a quarter century that they're having to defend, and it's a difficult one, to say the least, in some of the big ticket items. But it is also a very unpopular UK Labour government that is being judged by voters. In this, it struck me. I was reading some polling by the More in Common group. They did a focus group talking to Caerphilly voters ahead of this by-election, and for the most part, what was coming up wasn't Eluned Morgan's record; it was Keir Starmer. So they're going to have to defend a record at both ends of the M4 next May. It's an incredibly sticky wicket.
And they're having to do it against two parties who are, in my opinion, being slightly economical with the truth of what their ultimate aims are. You have Plaid Cymru, ultimately an independence movement, not talking about independence, saying that they're just the left alternative. OK, well, if you get into government as the left alternative, are you going to go for independence? Is that's the big elephant in the room here, is do you wish to be an independent nation?
The current position from the party and its leader, Rhina Bjorwerth, is that a first-term Plaid Cymru government would not pursue independence.
They do a little bit of exploring, I think. They have a commission which would...
Excellent. Another one.
I know.
Marvellous.
We love a commission.
Nation of commissions.
There must be a vault somewhere in the Welsh government with so many unread commissions and reports.
Hey, my one was great. Everybody read it.
Framed.
Yeah.
Maura McKevitt's commission on the future constitution of Wales is available, I'm sure, on the Welsh Government website.
As are all the other ones.
Can they genuinely park that as an issue and say, don't worry, don't scare the horses, we are not going to be pursuing independence the first term, when ultimately that is their raison d'etre? And if indeed Plaid Cymru is leading a Welsh government for the first time, how do you think that's going to be framed, not just in Wales, but in Westminster as well?
I mean, it's clearly possible to make that situation work, because the SNP, a lot of people vote for them who weren't necessarily inclined towards independence. Some are, and the SNP are much more overt in their desire for independence than Plaid Cymru are. So it's perfectly possible to win large amounts of the vote in a polity with only when people don't agree with maybe your raison d'etre. I think what you can't underestimate is that desire from people in Wales, well, some people in Wales, to just keep out reform. I mean, it's the desire to keep the Conservatives out has been really strong for Labour for many, many years. People who might have been inclined to vote Plaid, Green, were like, well, Labour are the way of stopping the guys we really don't want. And actually, that's why this is
so yeah, with that in mind then, Will, I mean, the margin of defeat for either of the Reform or Plaid Cymru candidates is a big factor going into next May. But then the gap between potentially second and third, if it is indeed Labour in third, could very much shape the narrative. What did Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru try to do with this by-election? Try to frame it as a two-horse race between them and Reform. One of them is going to have a stronger narrative going to the Senedd election after this by-election.
Absolutely. I actually said in my newsletter that I don't believe that a very narrow defeat for Plaid is the end of the world for them, because I think a Reform victory here would scare a lot of people. I think it would bring home the reality that you could have a clear Powell First Minister come May.
But what if it's close between Plaid Cymru and Labour potentially?
Well,
that makes it muddies the waters, is it?
I mean, that is the absolute best I think that Labour are hoping for at the moment. I think Plaid are absolutely desperate. We saw at the conference their leader was just relentless in that. It is a choice. You have got a choice between us and you've got a choice between Reform, which is actually quite disingenuous when we get to May. Obviously, in Caerphilly, it's a first-past-the-post system. You could argue based on the polls. I mean, Labour didn't right up until the time that the polls closed, and then they said, actually, yeah, maybe Plaid could beat us. But I do think if it's close between Plaid and Labour, that really, as you say, it muddies the water. It makes it harder for Plaid to make that sale that they are the only alternative.
And I think that's, to be fair, I think that's quite a South Wales way of thinking. In North Wales, Reform are a very, very different beast, I think, to what sort of the Labour, Plaid, more South Walian understanding is. And in North Wales, we always had Plaid Tory switchers in huge numbers. And I think a lot of those are now going into Plaid Reform switchers. And that is an area which is, I think, a completely different understanding to the idea that people just want to keep Reform out. I think that both Plaid and Reform going on the sort of the change narrative. A change has got to come. It is time for a change in Wales.
Do you think that's Plaid voters and Reform voters switching between the parties?
Yeah, absolutely. We've always seen Plaid and Tory switchers. We used to have two separate canvassing teams, one for the coast and one for slightly more inland. These are two very, very different kettles of fish electorally, and I think that to view this only as we must keep Reform out, it sort of does a disservice to a big and very different form of electorate along the North Wales coast, for whom actually there are a lot of people who really do think Reform are a very good idea, but may also say, well, hang on a minute, in an independent Wales, I would vote for a right-wing party.
Lauren, thank you so much for joining us over the last hour or so. We will hopefully speak to you before we get the results. But let's just take a look at the hall. And we can see that the piles of ballots are building up. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you a turnout figure very, very shortly, because as we've been discussing throughout, that figure is potentially going to have a very big bearing on the final result. We'll bring it to you as soon as we get it, but no sign of it as of yet. And of course, as soon as we get any hint of a result, we will bring that to you as well. But thank you very much for staying with us. We are bringing you full coverage of this Senedd by-election here in Caerphilly, and we'll bring you the results as soon as we get it. Right, I've got another guest joining me. I've got so many throughout the evening. I'm never going to be lonely. Peter Fox, who is the Senedd member for Monmouth for the Welsh Conservatives, has joined us. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, yeah.
How are you as Welsh Conservatives these days?
We are extremely confident and happy. We've done a good campaign here in Caerphilly. We know Caerphilly's not our natural ground, but our candidate Gareth Potter has been working hard every day, because there are quite a lot of Conservatives, believe it or not, around Caerphilly, and it's important they have somewhere to vote. So it's important that the party stands strongly here as well.
Well, isn't the problem for your party that they
Isn't
the problem for your party that they have decided that actually they're not going to back your party, they're going to back Reform?
It was quite surprising, actually. There were some who were going to vote tactically, because they did feel that perhaps a vote for the Conservatives was a wasted vote in Caerphilly. But what they didn't really necessarily want was either Plaid or reform. We've heard that message a few times, you know. And I was meeting on the doors people who were clearly upset Labour voters who were really wrestling with making that change to Plaid as a left-wing alternative, because they didn't want reform. So the whole reform message wasn't as strong as I thought it was going to be when I was out there. Now I know it's really neck and neck by the seams of it down on the floor down there today.
What are you hearing then? Are you hearing yes to horse race?
When I'm looking over at people scoring the boards and looking at things, it's neck and neck between Plaid and reform. You know, so I think it's tight. I think we're in the recount territory. You know, so don't expect to go home too early, James.
Oh, Pete, I can't believe you've gone for the R words so early in the evening. Of course,
just have some tea.
Yeah, you drink up. Well, it's going to be a long night potentially. We'll bring you all the results as soon as we get them, of course. But for Peter Fox, look at the polling, right, beyond Caerphilly. I mean, the one Caerphilly-based poll was bad enough, small sample size, caveat, but still bad enough. But the Wales-wide polling is consistently terrible for the other party. Well, way back in fourth, it's seemingly, you know, you being punished.
We are.
Still, for what the Conservatives did in power in Westminster. And it seems like the voters haven't given up on punishing you yet.
No, I think you're right. You know, both mainstream parties have, you know, are being punished, and we're still being punished. You know, a lot of people forgot what happened through COVID and the work we put in to protect jobs, and people want to blank that area out of their mindset now and think, and so they forget what we had to do. And
do you know
what you're
perhaps is at the front of their mind? What? Partygate.
Well, some of that.
The merry-go-round of prime ministers, the mini-budget.
And nobody can defend some of those things which went on, and we're being punished for it. And but however, the recovery is starting already. I mean, you saw the conference. You'd have been watching the conference and Kemi's announcements last week. A thought-out approach to come back with some strong policies which have been really quite welcomed by a lot of people. Indeed, we saw a surge of membership in all around the country as a result of that. So, you know, there's some time to go before next general, you know, but we have got challenges. We've got the Senedd elections next year, which are creeping up on us really fast.
I was talking to a senior Welsh Conservative source recently, Will, who said, I tell you what, Darren Millar is one of the most Tiggerish politicians I've ever known. And he is, you know, always banging the drum saying there's still every vote to count to play for, and, you know, we can turn this around. And they said to me, and it's still not appropriate for me to say this on live television, that they are in a pickle. What are you picking up?
I think that's a fair assessment. A pickle is a fair assessment. There is absolutely a place in Wales for there is a large group of voters who would, I think, describe themselves as small c conservative in outlook, socially conservative. And I'm genuinely curious, Peter, do you think that your party has distinguished itself enough from Reform? Because my perception has been that essentially anything Reform say you agree with, and then we'll just say, but vote for us instead. In what way are you distinguishing yourselves? Are you just moving further to the right?
I don't think we are. I think there might have been a perception, perhaps 12 months ago, where that felt the way. And obviously, Darren's come forward as our new leader with a different approach, a more, you know, centre-right, more all-inclusive position, even though he recognises totally the wide, broad church of the party. And, you know, Darren is absolutely committed to lead us to this next election, and we know the polls aren't too favourable at the moment, but we believe some of the policies that we're going to be putting in place. We've already announced some of those key messages of reducing income tax by a penny in the pound, you know, by also scrapping land transaction tax on the primary properties. Those sorts of key things that health emergency, so we can mobilise all our resources. We believe those things can drive
the issue you've got
change.
Is it that so many of your people be they frontline politicians like Lauren Jones in the Senedd, or key party officials behind the scenes, or generally your supporters, they've already jumped ship to reform.
Yeah, but they're jumping ship because they want a job next year. You know, I don't think there's a lot of political philosophy, but you know, what's going. What have we got with reform? I'm worried that they are misleading so many people, certainly here in Caerphilly, who see them. They're living on hope that something will be better. So they've gone reform. What's reform? Reform is one man's story. Who's galvanising so many others, you know, but we haven't heard a policy. We never hear a policy in the Senedd. The Senedd member was put on the spot only this week. Not a policy on education, nothing at all. We don't hear anything.
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to interject there, because we are going to have to switch people around. Don't go too far, though. It'd be great to have you back here before the end of the evening, especially if we have that recount.
Well, I'm going to go and get a coffee.
Well, we can see. Go and get that coffee. It could be a very, very long night. We are seeing here the pictures from the hall itself, where the verification, the bundle piling, the counting, hopefully, is taking place. Still no sign of that turnout, but we will bring it as soon as we can. Croeso, welcome to our live coverage of the results of the Caerphilly Senedd by-election. You have been watching us for many hours now, but a special welcome to those of you listening on BBC Radio Wales. Thank you very much for joining us. Teleri Glyn-Jones, presenter of BBC Politics Wales, has hot-footed it back from the hall. What's it like down there?
It's exciting. There's more smiling Plaid faces, I would say. So it looks like we've got a story on our hands, potentially. But yeah, it's packed down there. It's very exciting. Lots of nervous whispers happening. So we'll hopefully get a turnout figure soon.
We will bring you that as soon as we get it, but sort of just picking up on that, Teleri, I think it's just worth reminding people once again, especially those who have just joined us, of the potentially historic nature of this by-election result, because we are potentially looking at Labour losing this constituency at either a Senedd or Westminster level for the first time since 1918.
That's massive, isn't it? You know, 100 years of Labour dominance, and for them to lose this, it would be historic, wouldn't it? And it does look like that will happen, and that is a massive story in and of itself. But then...
Not just losing, back in third, potentially, right?
Yeah, getting an absolute hammering, really, isn't it? And, you know, they're really licking their wounds down there, I think, and they've got a lot to think about. But it's not just about... You know, this is a Senedd election. It's for kind of that we're talking about what the Senedd can do, but actually, it's to a certain extent a referendum on Sir Keir Starmer's leadership 1 year in after that landslide general election. His unpopularity has come up a lot on the doorstep. But yeah, you know, is it kind of 48% the last time in the result in the 45% Labour won. Here, they had 45% of the vote last time round in the 2021 Senedd election. Plaid Cymru on 28%, Conservatives on 17%. You know, Reform wasn't a player then, and you know that could be completely upended if what the polls are saying and what we're hearing from downstairs is true.
Reform came last during the Senedd election in Caerphilly in 2021. 495 votes, 1.7% of the vote. And it looks like potentially a complete and utter turnaround.
And they've thrown
Labour.
They've thrown everything at this election. You know, Nigel Farage has been up here a few times. That constituency office has cost a pretty penny, I would suggest.
Today, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they've thrown absolutely everything at this. So, you know, if they don't win, which would be another story in and of itself, wouldn't it? You know, can they turn this round? Are we underestimating the apathy of the Welsh voter, essentially, to Senedd elections? If they are unable to motivate their base, which they did manage to do for the English local elections, if they are unable, despite everything they've thrown at it, to actually get their voters to turn out, you know, then, you know, I think we have to start asking questions there about engagement with these kinds of elections.
Absolutely. And another factor potentially is whether the anti-reform bloc can coalesce around one particular party or not. It seems that potentially that's around Plaid Cymru here. Whether it's enough to beat Reform, we will see. We can give you an exclusive as well. If Reform doesn't win, then we know that they've got a lot of balloons to pop in the HQ in Caerphilly Town Centre, because I passed it about 8 o'clock this evening on the way here to the Leisure Centre, and there were definitely balloons waiting.
They could look quite sad tomorrow morning, but we don't know, do we?
Party. They might still be in place. They might need to be popped.
I think that, is it potentially what we're seeing now, that they've kind of underestimated that Plaid Cymru vote, that kind of nationalism on the other side, on the Plaid Cymru, the Welsh nationalist vote here in Wales. It is strong, isn't it? And,
yeah, Plaid Cymru has got a record
in Caerphilly historically, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Which they might not have in other parts of the South Wales valleys, that they haven't managed to kind of.
And Lindsay Whittle. He knows a Caerphilly by-election when he sees one, because I make this the 14th time that he has stood at either a Senedd or Westminster level to try and represent.
And that's not including when he stood regional.
That isn't including those times either.
There's even more.
But so far, it's at a Caerphilly level anyway, 13 attempts, 13 losses.
I was chatting to him earlier.
14.
He said, "Oh, it's not my first time in this, but in this leisure centre, you win some, you lose some."
Yes, and from a Conservative point of view at the moment, Peter Fox, it is looking like it's difficult. How do you? Just picking up on what we were talking about before. How do you turn it around then? What genuinely can you do? How do you get that hearing once again from the people who have, quite frankly, dismissed your party?
Well, I don't think they dismissed us. I think we're one of the oldest parties in the world, and we'll come back. And sometimes.
Are you 100% sure of that? Do you worry that it's existential at all?
No. I genuinely think we come back. We'll come back, because we're not the extremes of Reform or the extremes of Plaid in many ways. If you look to the independence agenda, we're a mainstream party with a broad church, a professional party, a party that had experience, it knows what it's doing. Okay, we can't defend some of the things which have gone wrong, but we've got to learn from that and rebuild, and we're on the way up. I mean, the story here tonight is the collapse of Labour, and you can understand why people are feeling that. We saw it on the doors here, the frustration over what's happened in Westminster, let down by Labour. 25 years here where we've seen so many areas suffering as we have of service delivery, and people have had enough of that. But the thing is, which people forget here, and Plaid have been very clever at trying to distance themselves away from Labour over the last few months, especially in the run-up to this campaign. But just remember that Plaid Cymru and Labour have been hand in hand on many of the policies which are depressed so badly here in Wales, but they don't want to associate themselves at the moment. There's this distance is being created, but people are using them as an alternative to Labour because they're seen as another left-wing party, and but that was still a dilemma, because there's a lot of Labour voters who don't believe in independence and feel that under the surface that's what Plaid Cymru really want, even though they're not talking about it much.
Can I ask you, Peter, in terms of motivating that base, there's always been a frustration within the Welsh Conservatives that you're not able to engage even your own members sometimes, let alone your voter base, to turn up for these Senedd elections. Why is that, do you think?
I've wrestled with that myself. I still don't think we communicate well enough how important the Senedd is to people's lives. There's still people who just don't think it. They don't understand all of the areas we deliver.
To remind the audience who might not, be watching us outside Wales, it controls NHS spending,
yes,
education, local government,
environment, and all that sort of regulation, and there's so many important things. The things which affect and touch everybody's daily lives. The majority of those are delivered by the Senedd, and too often you can knock the door and people used to blame us for Westminster for the NHS in Wales. Well, no, it was run by Labour for 25 years. It's nothing to do with the Conservatives, and there's this. We've got to try and educate people. I think we've got to reach out and touch people. We've got to reach out more to our young people as well, because
the argument, obviously, that Welsh Labour ministers who say it's not completely unrelated because the funding for the most part comes from a Westminster government, and their argument was that austerity and cuts to public services for so long had such a big bearing on what they could deliver on the front line. One of the big issues and talking points within your party, and it was raised with our colleague Gareth Lewis, our political editor, when he was there, is this question of where the party positions itself on devolution itself. There are many people in your party, particularly your supporters and members, who are pro-scrapping the Senedd, which seems at odds then with the frontline representatives of the party in the Bay. Do you think that a very difficult Senedd election in May, if indeed the polls are correct, could see that debate once again rear its head within the party?
There is a school, there are some of the party who are probably further to the right of the party who still have anxieties around devolution. They feel because of Labour's poor record, they judge the devolution isn't working for them. You know, my argument is you haven't seen it in control by anybody else. Nobody else holding the levers. You don't know really what the potential of devolution could really be if it were driven by somebody else, because they've only ever known it in the one way. But you've got to remember that, you know, the party is such a broad church. You know, it's not like the Reform all over there on the right. You know, we have a broad church of people, and you know, elections aren't won on the extremes. The elections are won by the middle ground, by the centre right and centre left, all those people who can float from one side to the other, and that's where we've got to start making sure that we. But
do you think it's fair to say, Peter, if your members were asked as to which policy you should have on devolution, that they would back scrapping it? For the most part, would most of them back that, or would most of them back keeping it?
I don't think most of them. I think it'd be silly for me to say there aren't some who might want that, but I would say the majority would, especially if we talk to them more and more. The majority would see the value of the Senedd, and I've said this to many people when the questions have been raised about the importance of how the Senedd can really influence your lives, and actually being a small family of politics it is in Wales, that we can really influence it to change your lives. So I think there's an opportunity.
Peter Fox, thank you so much for joining us here in the Spin Room. Peter is the Welsh Conservative Senedd member for Monmouth. Right then, well, let's have a quick look as to what's going on in the hall. The counting still underway. We can see some Reform politicians, I believe, milling around. That is Laura Ann Jones, who we were discussing earlier, in the white jacket. She has jumped ship very recently from the Welsh Conservative benches to become the first Reform UK representative in Cardiff Bay. She made that announcement at the Royal Welsh Showground. She may well indeed be joined by a second Reform member at the end of the night. But it's too early to tell so far. Could Plaid Cymru potentially nick it? A question for our next guest, Delyth Jewell, who is the Senedd member for South Wales East for the party.
And born in Caerphilly.
And born in Caerphilly, and deputy group leader. There we go. I've got all your titles there, haven't I? How does it feel down there?
Oh gosh, it's febrile. That's the word that people always use, isn't it? I'm going to use the word febrile. It's really, I mean, I'm losing all of my words now. I feel
well, I will interject
excited
for one moment
and nervous.
Because I'm being told that Lindsay Whittle, your candidate, is buoyant.
Buoyant?
Well,
is that a word you would use?
I mean, I think we're all buoyant about the campaign that we've run. I think that we are, honestly...
Oh, Delyth, come on.
But we are.
The polls are closed now. Come on.
No,
How do you really feel?
Well, look, I feel like the Germans or the Japanese would have a word for when you feel excited and terrified at the same time, because this is going to go one of two ways, isn't it? Either Plaid Cymru will win this, in which case how exciting, or it will be Reform. Even if it is Reform, Plaid Cymru, I think, are going to do very well in this, and I think that's going to focus people's minds ahead of the election next year. It's going to be clear that the only progressive party that can beat Reform is Plaid Cymru.
So it sounds incredibly tight down there.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not allowed near the counting stations.
I see.
Oh, so I genuinely haven't seen this, but, you know, it seems...
What's the Plaid Cymru WhatsApp group saying?
Well, I mean, lots of people asking how it is, and again, people using words
If only we could find someone
like
who knew.
febrile. you know, I mean, you know, is the word febrile ever used in context other than this? I don't know, but I mean, look, I think we've had a great campaign. We've been really excited
what
about
do you
it.
make of the campaign and the way it's been fought? You know, the different issues that have been, you know, Lindsay Whittle has tried to fight a very local campaign, isn't it? Because he is a local councillor. He's touched many people's lives locally, helping people. Yeah. But, you know, the campaign's actually also been about immigration, which is not something that your party is used to fighting elections on.
It's not something
it's
that's
not
just evolved to the Senedd, is it? So, I mean...
It doesn't matter, though, does it? That's what people want to talk about. And don't you have to, as James said, meet people where they want to be?
Of course you should, but it doesn't help when you've got a party like Reform that's putting out just lies and utter misinformation.
What are they lying about?
Well, about, for example, the Nation of Sanctuary saying that it helps people who come here illegally, implying that Wales has any control over how many people come to Wales. I mean, when you actually talk to people on the doorstep and say, actually, it's about just treating people with dignity when they are here.
Shall we explain the Nation of Sanctuary? Have you explained it already?
No, we haven't. So the Nation of Sanctuary policy has come up a lot during this campaign. It is a Welsh government policy. Even though immigration itself isn't a Welsh government responsibility, the Nation of Sanctuary policy is all about sort of integrating people once they're here, right? And for the most part...
It's the pot of money that they use to kind of integrate people.
Yeah, exactly. To try and get them into work, to try and get them on their feet.
Well, so that they're also contributing to society.
It's talking about... What we're talking about is sort of £55 million pot, I think, over several years, and the vast majority of that has been spent on Ukrainian
nearly
refugees.
85% of it.
85%.
Nearly, I think but it's nearly 85% has been spent.
And the argument being made by Reform UK and the Welsh Conservatives is that it puts a big welcome sign over Wales to immigrants, and they are both committing to scrapping it. It's in the Reform UK literature for this by-election, and it therefore has become an issue. I literally was on the streets of Caerphilly and a voter raised it. You know, it's quite a specific policy. People usually talk in generalities, but they raise that issue.
Yeah.
So what do you say to people then when they raise that policy or immigration more broadly as an issue that they are concerned about?
Well, when people, I mean, I think when anyone raises any concern with you, that you need to listen to people. Of course, you can't just be in broadcast mode. You have to listen to what people's concerns are. I have found that when I point out that, for example, Caerphilly has the lowest proportion of people born outside the UK of any part of Wales, only 2.9%, I think, of people living in Caerphilly were born outside the UK.
That's according to 2021 census data.
Yeah, with the most recent data.
Figures that we have.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
When people hear that, they're quite shocked. And as well as that, when I have a conversation with them about a lot of the people who were born elsewhere, who I know, who contribute to our society, actually quite a lot of those people who initially said that they were worried about immigration, they start to agree and talk about people that they know as well, who either work perhaps in the care service, people who run some of the cafes and local businesses. I think that Reform have been deeply irresponsible. I think that they are pandering to people's fears and people's sense of having been left behind and let down. And, you know, areas like this have suffered with a lack of investment from Westminster governments, from Cardiff governments for a very long time. But it's scapegoating the wrong person or the wrong group of people. We should be looking at taxing the uber rich rather than blaming people who actually keep our society running. And so when I have those conversations with people, actually quite often people, if they're willing to have the conversation and you listen to someone, then people often say, oh, actually, I'd never thought about it in that way.
Campaigns are fought on many different levels. One issue from an immigration point of view that's been going up online, at least, I wonder whether it has been on the ground, is the comments made by Rhina Piorwerth, Plaid Cymru leader, in recent weeks.
We've got a turnout figure.
Oh, let's bring it to our listeners and viewers then. What is it?
50.43%.
Wow, so that is very high for this constituency in any other Senedd election. I think it's the highest that it's ever been, and
That's
is the
remarkable.
highest.
Yeah.
That is the highest turnout figure for a by-election at a Welsh devolved level. I believe that in the previous Welsh by-elections for Senedd level, the highest level that we had was 45.2% in Blaenau Gwent in 2006, so it's gone over the 50% mark. Who does that benefit? That's the question.
That is the question.
Yeah, well, well, I think it benefits. Oh, this is going to sound very glib. It benefits the people of Caerphilly. No, but I mean, but genuinely, the fact that there have been so many people who have engaged with politics for the first time, that's something for us to celebrate, isn't it? The fact that, I mean,
have you come across people on the door that weren't, you know, that weren't previously registered and who are going to vote for the first time?
Yes, I personally persuaded a few people to register to vote because I think that, again, the stakes are very high in this election. It's helped that there's been a lot of media focus on it as well. And I think that people are finding their voice, and that has to be exciting, doesn't it? For not just for Caerphilly, but for Wales.
And do you think that will then kind of knock on then to the Senedd elections? Will the focus that we're shining now on this by-election mean that we get a higher turnout in May?
Well, I was about to say we can hope, can't we? But we shouldn't just hope. We have to work on this. We have to build on this so that we can actually make sure that we have a higher turnout across Wales. It's such a crying shame that so comparatively few people do vote in our elections. If this can lead to something positive like that happening, then...
So the last Senedd election was the highest turnout at Caerphilly level, 44%. It's gone way past that at 50.43% for this by-election. And usually turnout for by-elections is lower than for the national election. So that's fascinating in itself. Perhaps because there has been not just a bright Welsh lens on this by-election, but also a UK one, right? I've never seen so many constituency profile pieces by some of the national outlets, The Times, The Economist,
on a Senedd by-election, on a Westminster by-election, maybe.
You know, as much as we want all the viewers and listeners to watch every single thing that we do as BBC Wales, the reality is that a lot of people consume only national UK news. So if that follows through, not just from this by-election, but into the Senedd election, because there genuinely might be a story here, you know, the end of Labour dominance, we'll see what the result is in the by-election in a few years' time. We'll see what happens in the next few months when it comes to the Senedd election. But if indeed that interest persists at a UK level, then that could change the dynamics in terms of people's engagement with a devolved election.
Yeah, because we saw it probably for the first time in COVID, didn't we? Because it was affecting people's lives in such a blatant way, you know, decisions that were being made in Wales.
And the names of Welsh Government ministers became household names for the first time, didn't they? You know, in that 2021 election, I remember being out following Mark Drakeford. You know, people were... I've never seen anything like it. People recognised him, wanted pictures with him in a way that no previous First Minister has ever had.
I think one young lad on a skateboard wanted him to sign it. Sure, no other First Minister in history had to do that.
That's
anyway, cool. Not to be glib as hell, but as in, you know, it was a completely different dynamic, and we could see that again potentially if that interest persists.
We could, and I hope that we do. Again, it's a shame that it has to be that when the lens of elsewhere is cast on us, that it's only through seeing it from an outside angle that people start to have that interest. But if this means that there are going to be more people engaged in Welsh politics who are going to feel that it is something that they have a stake in, that's good for democracy and that's good for the people of Wales. I mean, it's something that I would hope everyone would celebrate that.
Potentially a brighter lens on what you as a party are offering them for the people of Wales. And to go back to a point I was about to make before we brought you the turnout figure, in terms of immigration, one of the campaign points that's been put against your party online in particular is around some comments that Rhun ap Iorwerth made recently that illegal immigration doesn't exist. Does it?
I think what Rhun was putting across there was that it isn't the people who we should be criminalising, it is the gangs who are bringing people across and putting people at such peril. I think that's the point that he was putting across. Because
well, it wasn't the way he put it, wasn't it? And that's why it's been weaponised online. He said that illegal immigration per se doesn't exist. And, you know, it has been weaponised against him, and you're having to clarify it. You know, that kind of focus and you know, criticism and but look at your policies is going to be something you're going to have to deal with increasingly going into this.
What having more scrutiny?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, again, that's something that we would relish, really, because I think Plaid Cymru has such an exciting set of ideas. Again, if you're going to set us against reform, gosh, I mean, I was on a television programme a few evenings ago with a representative of Reform, and that representative was asked what he stood for, and he couldn't say, you know, and he couldn't say what any policies were for Reform because they don't have any policies yet, or that they're not willing to set them out. So, I mean, I think it is the difference between Plaid Cymru and Reform, those two potential futures facing Wales, it couldn't be more stark. You've got costed, ambitious ideas on the one hand, and just grievance and a blank piece of paper on the other.
We are going to hear from Reform very shortly. Clary.
Dalith, I just wanted to ask you, you know, Plaid Cymru does have a presence because of people like Lindsay Whittle, because of, you know, as councillors. You know, Plaid Cymru does have a presence in Caerphilly. To what extent do you think you'll be able to replicate your kind of any success here across the South Wales valleys, because that's where Plaid Cymru hasn't been able to cross that threshold? Obviously, it will be different in a Senedd that is elected proportionally. It's not a first-past-the-post system in May, but that's always been the stumbling block for Plaid Cymru.
Well, one of the things that I am excited about the next election is that for the first time, it's going to, as you say, it's going to be a fully proportional system, and Plaid Cymru is in contention for each of those seats. And I very much hope that we will have a representative in every one of the seats. Of course, at the moment, we already do have a representative in every part of Wales because of our regional members as well. But I think, yeah, there are so many ways in which this is going to be new ground for Wales. And of course, there are areas like this in Caerphilly where we've had councillors, we've had this really strong representation over many years. But I hope that as this by-election campaign is showing, Plaid Cymru, we are from these communities. You know, we are rooted in these communities and we are fighting for these communities. And we will keep doing that for communities across Wales, no matter what the result of this by-election is.
And if the national polling is anything to go by, you know, there is a spring in the step of the party, genuinely thinking that it could come out on top, could be leading any future government. It is a possibility if the polls are to be believed. And so it is quite surprising for a lot of people, given the party's whole raison d'etre, the whole reason for it coming into being 100 years ago, that you're trying to sort of park or sort of put to one side the idea of Welsh independence. You're trying not to scare the horses, essentially.
Well, no, I mean, I think everybody knows that, of course, that is what Plaid Cymru would want to see for the future of Wales. Our focus is showing that we are ready to govern now. And I think that's what Trine has been saying by saying that that isn't something that we would be looking to do in a first term of government. Of course, a first term of government would only be 4 years. And there are so many things that we need to do to get to grips with the problems facing Wales now. And with our ideas, we are ready to do that.
But do you not think the very fact of a potential Plaid Cymru-led government changes the discourse around independence? Are you really, if you are in that situation, just going to be saying, oh, sorry, we're not going to talk about independence?
Oh, I'm not saying for a moment that we won't talk about it. I mean, I don't think that well, certainly I have never hidden my view that I think that Wales is like just about every single other nation in the world and could and should be independent, because there's nothing about Wales that makes us uniquely incapable of governing ourselves.
And your hope, generally, is that, you know, if Plaid Cymru is holding the levers of power, that in itself, that the way you govern pushes that debate forward. So again, I sort of sort of scratching my head as to this idea that you're trying to sort of park it, because actually the very act of voting Plaid Cymru, you hope, takes the debate forward, right?
Well, I mean, it's you saying that we're hoping to park it, not me. I mean, I'm not parking that at all. I think that...
Oh, come on, to be fair, that is what Rhyn has said. Rhyn ap Iorwerth, your leader, has said throughout this campaign that, you know, we're not talking about this now.
It's chalk and cheese to what Adam Price was offering the voters as Plaid Cymru leader in the last Senate.
Yeah,
right?
but
independence front and centre. It's not front and centre.
Yeah, but the world has changed, obviously, since then, and there are so many pressing concerns and pressing problems facing Wales that we need to get to grips with now, and we are ready to get to grips with now. I mean, and that is... and the question about independence, the constitutional future of Wales, that is a conversation that is going to happen increasingly in Wales, because as more and more people see, it is not some remote thing about what happens constitutionally. It's about improving the lives of people of Wales. That's the reason why I want to see independence. It's not that is the goal for me. That's the start of improving the lives of the people of Wales. And again, that is the normal state of affairs for almost every country in the world. But look, we are ready to govern Wales now, and that is our focus, and that is why more and more people are turning to Plaid Cymru for the future.
Well, we'll see in the next few hours whether enough people here in Caerphilly have turned to Plaid Cymru to turn this seat green. Diolch yn fawr. Delyth Jewell is the Plaid Cymru Senedd member for South Wales East. So let's just bring you more pictures of the hall where the counting is taking place. And we brought you a few minutes ago, didn't we? The turnout figure, 50.43%. That is a historic high for a by-election in a Welsh context, and it is a historic high as well for this Caerphilly constituency at a Senedd level. 44% was the turnout figure in 2021. Right then, I've got a new guest, Jason O'Connell, who is here representing, as you can see, from the tie, from the
Pocket square and the rosette.
The rosette is
I thought you were impressive with your shirt and your socks matching, James, but this is
going
one
far
step
enough.
Got to represent, right?
You're here to represent Reform UK, of
no
course.
No socks, but we'll... You know, next time.
No socks, no socks.
Oh, yeah, you have got socks on. It's just they're not turquoise,
absolutely.
is what
Clarify,
I would say.
there are socks on. So, James O'Connell, tell us, how is it feeling down there?
Yeah, pretty positive. We know we're in a tight battle, but I think the teams have worked hard throughout this campaign, and it's all been building to this moment. There's a lot of excitement down there, and we're optimistic of a good result.
How important is it that you win this?
It is important to give us a bit of momentum going into next year. We know that. It's a big year for Wales as a whole. We definitely want to play a part in that, and tonight is a snapshot of how the country is feeling, I think. And we've obviously put a lot of effort into the campaign.
You've chucked the kitchen sink at it, right? You know, you've had the big guns down here time and time again. Nigel Farage was here earlier in the day, the Reform UK party leader. There's a very, very shiny campaign office on the high street in the town. Yeah. If you don't win this one, how much of a blow is it?
Well, all the major parties had a shiny high street office in the town. Some had two. We just had the one. But, you know, we are well supported by the senior management of the party, I will say that. They have been down time and time again to campaign for us. They draw a crowd. People get excited when they see Nigel coming down the street, or Richard Tice or Lee Anderson, and they generate a buzz. And that's exactly what we wanted to do, was bring those people into the area.
So, Jason, explain to me then why you think that there's been such a turnaround in the party's fortunes here in Caerphilly, because this is the only real data we have at the moment. We don't have it fully yet, but we're getting a picture at least. You know, you potentially going from last here in Caerphilly in 2021 to second, if not first. You know, what has changed for the party? What are you hearing on the ground when you're knocking those doors?
I think the irony of the question is nothing has changed, and that's why people are frustrated. It doesn't matter who they vote for, whether they vote for Plaid or Labour or anybody else. The frustration for the people we talk to is that the outcomes do not change. And that's the gap I think Reform is filling right now, is that we are the change candidate party. We are saying, if you put a vote for us, we will demonstrate that we can change people's lives in Caerphilly through meaningful action in the Senedd. And that's the message we've been trying to put forward.
How many of the people who are receptive to your messaging are when you're going around this by-election campaign and going around canvassing more generally? How many of them are people who've been so disengaged from the political process that they have never voted or haven't done so for a long time? And how much of a potential challenge is that for you?
Yeah, quite a lot. I'll give an example today. Nigel came around campaigning and met a gentleman who'd never voted before in his life. Ever. And he was voting for
How
reform.
old was he? Was he 18 or?
No, he was, I'm going to say he was slightly younger than me, probably 30s, mid-30s, something like that. But, hard-working guy, just come in from his shift at work. And
Jason, had he registered in time to vote?
Sorry?
Had he registered in time to vote in this by-election?
Well, apparently so.
Okay.
So he said the whole estate where they were from was positive for reform. So I think that kind of buzz.
Because that is
really
something that
generated
your party officials have been saying to me in recent weeks, that could be an issue in this by-election, and you might have more time to turn that around come the Senedd election. Actually doing that, really sort of bread and butter work of getting people signed up, getting them getting them right, doing the paperwork and then getting them out to vote.
We think there's a massive apathy in Welsh politics generally. We see
turnout has never gone over 50%, right?
Exactly that. So you can see today the turnout figure's been announced, and it's a record high, I think, for a Senedd election. So we've played our part in that, and we want to see that replicated throughout Wales, because without engagement, without people understanding the role of the Senedd, that voter base is just going to dwindle, and that does nobody any favours for the Senedd as an institution.
Yeah, record high for a Senedd by-election and record high for this constituency at a Senedd level as well. So people want change. They're not happy with a lot, with public services, with the cost of living, you name it. What exactly are they backing, though, if they do back reform? Because there's not a lot to go by, is there, in terms of your literature, in terms of your messaging? Yeah,
I've heard this quite a few times over the last few weeks, months, the trope that reform don't have any policies and it would take less than 5.
To be fair, that's coming from Nigel Farage himself. I think Teleri, you only interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, not now,
yeah,
it'll come in time.
It would take less than 5 minutes to go online, find a policy book at 25 pages.
Maybe you should point Nigel Farage in the direction of your policy book.
reformparty.uk/policies, it's all there.
But not in terms of a Senedd election, isn't it?
I think maybe what we're speaking about is specific Wales policies that the party is working on, but obviously we've got to take a look at the economic picture of the country.
Did you not think it was important to tell the people of Caerphilly what they'd be voting for?
Well, we did. I think we were very clear. There were specific aspects of... Well, there was the nation of sanctuary was certainly one that we don't support, and we said if we're elected we will get rid of that as a policy and we'll make that a condition of approving the budget. Because people find that is an important issue for them. And another one was supporting more investment into Ysbyty Ystrad. We want to see the services there improved. So we made that a condition of approving the budget should Thea get elected tonight. So there's 2 great examples there of the kind of meaningful change that we
Do you know how much money is spent on the Nation of Sanctuary policy?
The whole policy, I believe, was around 55 million.
Over several years, right?
Yes, over several years.
And each year the Welsh Government spends about £26 billion on different policies.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a drop in the ocean.
Well, 55 million is nothing
over several years
to be sniffed at. I mean, that's a significant amount.
It's more than I'll ever see in my lifetime. But at a government level, it's small beer.
But that 55 million, you could, if you distributed that for the councils, that would make meaningful change for people at on day-to-day level. If you
between 22 councils.
Well, any one of those
over many years.
I think that would make a meaningful difference to those councils' ability to be able to sustain themselves. And I've seen that firsthand where they struggle to maintain their books year on year. So any additional funds that they could get, I think would have a... I
mean, I think it is fair to say that Welsh councils are looking at sort of budget gaps of hundreds of million every year. So, the figures are different there. In terms of other policies then, and giving those Wales-specific solutions, people are in the dark at the moment, right?
I think we...
Change to what exactly at the moment? We can't really say.
We said we'd get rid of the 20-mile-an-hour blanket ban, as an example. We've talked about
How much would it cost to get rid of it?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but I'm sure that...
More than 55 million?
Probably not. That's not how much it costs to institute it. We don't see it.
So you would get rid of one policy costing 55 million and then...
Well, I mean, that's the give and take of working out an economic policy. You've got a balance sheet and you have to balance it.
And just on 20 miles an hour, I mean, there are many people who are against that policy. We've, seen it in debates over the last years or so. But then when you look at the figures in terms of the number of people who have been physically, literally affected by it in terms of casualties and injuries on the roads, you know, the numbers are suggesting that it's a policy that is saving lives.
I disagree with that. I think we've seen a fluctuation throughout previous years as well. It's just happened to be that the last year or two, they have gone down, which is a great thing, but I don't think that's down to that one specific policy. I think there's been several factors in that, including improvement of cars on the roads in terms of their braking performance and, you know, more technology being added to drivers' lives, or the technology that you see in various cars enables them to kind of take over from drivers and see dangerous situations before they occur. And I think that's had a really positive effect on the safety numbers going forward. But we do see a lot of frustration from users of the roads. And I do believe personally that it's an economic break on the country and one that we need to resolve.
What in terms of then the NHS, education, the two big ticket items then? Well, what is the party's
so we've
policy?
said on the NHS what we want to introduce is tax breaks for nurses, doctors. We want to look at parking charges for those members of staff as well, using UK trained staff to bring those into NHS, because we know they're struggling to get jobs at the moment once they leave their training. We talked about introducing an NHS voucher so people can go privately at no cost, obviously, should they have extended waiting times. So there's a vast number of policies, different areas that we are looking at for the NHS. When it comes to education, we've stated that we're looking at making sure disruptive and pupils who are violent in classes are permanently excluded. We want to make a reduction on VAT for private education, so that those who can afford it are able to take their pupils back into private education and relieve the pressure on the public system. We think there's benefit there. We want to introduce 2-year degree courses, undergraduate courses, because we think there's a lot of wasted time in the 3-4 year courses that can be reduced. And we're also looking at reduction in the amount of interest that students pay for their student debt. So there's a wide range of things that we're looking at.
What about devolution itself then? Because it seems that a lot of people who, when it comes to opinion polling at least, say they vote Conservative have shifted over to Reform, and a lot of those people are anti-devolution. But you as a party are pro-devolution or not? Because it was a little bit confusing at your conference with the messaging from your newest recruit, Laura Jones, for example. So clarify it for us, clear it up.
We are pro-Senedd as an organisation. Nigel has stated that several times. I think Laura was right to raise the question, which she did. But the question was born out of frustration of the Senedd not being effective, which it hasn't been. I mean, there's not an area of Welsh life that the government touches that isn't in distress. And I think that's not only frustration from Laura's point of view, but from a general public point of view. We want to make the Senedd work for the people of Wales with the powers that it's got, and we want to play our part in that.
OK, so was she speaking off script then in that conference?
No, I think she was quite right. She was frustrated.
But she then clarified it afterwards, didn't she, to say, well, we will hopefully be in a position of power, and if we can't make it work, then indeed that question of the future of devolution rears its head. Is that the sort of general ballpark sort of place that you are?
26 years of a Labour government that's taken the country backwards, I think, with the powers that it's got. So we want to see an institution that's fit for purpose and delivers for the people of Wales, which we don't believe it does currently. But we will absolutely support devolution where we think it makes sense for the people of Wales and they see tangible benefits from the people running the government.
Could you potentially even back further devolution in some areas?
I would, and I've said that recently. But I think there are areas that I would welcome transfer.
For example?
I've talked about the water industry, for example. I think, rivers and Wales have not been well regulated and well enforced in terms of their pollution. So that's one example that I think we're looking at, or the government, is looking at putting a new regulator in place, and I would support.
Instead of NRW, Natural Resources Wales, that does it at the moment?
Yes, they're putting a separate regulator in place to take care of the legal ramifications for poor performance, which I think is a positive step and a welcome one.
So you potentially want to go further with the devolution journey, and then your only Reform UK representative at the moment is Senedd level, Laura Jones, flirting with the idea of getting rid of it completely. It's
Well,
a bit confusing.
No, that's not what she said. She just raised the question and wanted to make sure that the
There's
Senate
a big gap
works.
between further powers and getting
No, I
rid
don't
of
think
this
so.
institution completely, right?
I think Laura and the party are aligned. We want to keep the Senedd. We're a pro-Senedd party. We think devolution is the right way to go. We're going to play with the cards that we're dealt. We're certainly not looking to change that. And again, Laura's frustration was just born out of the fact that the Senedd hasn't been delivering for the people of Wales. And that's why she made those comments.
Is she not kind of dog whistling to the people in her Conservative Party who are maybe more suspicious of devolution of the Senedd, that they can come over?
There's no
being deliberately confusing?
There's no question that there's a anti-devolution movement, and I think that you'll find that in the Tories, you'll probably find it in Labour, and you'll certainly find it in Reform. But as Nigel has stated, we're a pro-devolution party, and that's the way that we're going to move forward.
Are you worried that you promise change, right? Promise voters that there are sunlit uplands if they back Reform UK, that they're right to be frustrated with a lot. The traditional parties haven't delivered them. If only they back Reform now, things will get better. That actually, when it comes to it, governing is hard. You know, it is easy to campaign in poetry and then govern in prose. The ins and outs, the compromises, the budget management, difficult. It's actually difficult. And turning things around and making people's lives better is a lot harder to do than it is to talk about.
I completely agree. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. You know, the joy about working with people from Reform is that they've got significant experience outside of government. And we're able to bring that to bear in government. So we're able to use those lessons that we've learned in, whether it's business or elsewhere, and take those lessons in. But we also know that we're fighting an institution that's been there for 26 years now. It's got set ways. So breaking that and making sure that we deliver for people of Wales is going to be a challenge. Absolutely no question about it. But we're up for that. And we think, you know, the people of Wales are ready for that change. They're ready to see a difference. And as I said earlier, there's no aspect to Welsh life that the government touches that isn't in distress currently. So what have people got to lose, effectively?
At the moment, you know, well, at the moment, it's this by-election is a first past the post one, as we've mentioned, but, you know, later down the line in May, there will be a proportional system to vote people into the Senedd, which means that if you do well, if the polling kind of carries on into May, that you'll have to work with other parties. You know, how ready are you to compromise? You know, you've got this vision, but actually the Senedd is designed to have people working together collaboratively.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we do that as part of our everyday lives. We expect it. We're open to government. We have to make sure that we are working for the people of Wales, and if we have to work with other parties with different mindsets, then we're more than willing to do that. And I think the reality of the government arithmetic means that we have to be ready, willing and able to do that with parties that we, you know, may fundamentally disagree with at a policy level, but to move the country forward and to get the right level of governance for the people of Wales, we know we have to have those discussions.
We are hearing from the floor that Plaid Cymru are looking buoyant and that they're, well, the mood music is looking like they might have clinched it, although they're definitely not willing to say that. Mm-hmm. How do you feel? You know, you've been up here for a bit, but last time you were down there, and, you know, hearing that, what do you feel?
Well, if that is accurate, and we've got no way of knowing if it is, but obviously we would be disappointed to lose. We think we've got an excellent candidate, and it would just be a continuation of the same old politics. Nothing changes. It would be a continuation of the crutch for Labour. They would get a Senedd budget through without any question, without any challenge, and no change for Caerphilly, unfortunately. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully there's still a few boxes that we can turn ourselves around.
Well, we'll see what you'll have to do with those balloons in Party HQ in Caerphilly Town Centre in a few hours' time. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That is Jason O'Connell, who is a Reform UK representative representing the party on Torfaen Council, one of the first party councillors in Wales. Right, we're going to say goodbye to Jason and Teleri for now, because Teleri is going to join all those people down on the floor in the Leisure Centre Hall where the counting is taking place. We've already got one bit of data for you, haven't we? Turnout for this by-election is 50.43%. And just to repeat, that is an extraordinary figure because it is a record high for a Welsh devolved by-election. This is the 5th by-election at a Cardiff Bay level since the start of devolution in 1999. This is the highest turnout we've seen for any of those by-elections, and it is the highest turnout for Caerphilly at a Senedd level as well. The last high was 44% here in 2021. So quite a remarkable turnout. What will it mean for the votes and how those votes are piling up? Hopefully we'll be able to bring you a clearer picture in no time at all. Claire Eaglin-Jones is going to head down to that hall to try and bring us some inside gossip and some info, so perhaps we can maybe shine a bit of light on what's going on. Perhaps Laura McEvett and Will Hayward can do that as well. You guys have been down there?
We have.
You have? Come on then, bring me some info. Tell me what's going on. I'm stuck here.
It's feeling a lot more positive for Plaid than I think a lot of people in that room were anticipating at the beginning of the night. And what that
that's
means,
shifting, is it?
Well, what that means for reform is pretty interesting. What we were talking about earlier, about reform's need to get turnout and to get people who traditionally haven't turned out at a Senedd election because they haven't paid much attention to it or they haven't given enough sort of importance to it. If they're failing to get that turnout, they need to recalibrate how they approach next May.
That is really interesting, potentially, isn't it? Because if you'd have told me before tonight that turnout was going to be at a by-election high of 50.43%, I would have assumed that would have meant good news for reform.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I think that was the kind of consensus.
So if that isn't the case, that's interesting for a completely different reason.
I mean, it's the mood down there. I mean, if Plaid haven't got it, they're giving out very strange signals. Clea Powell's expression suggests to me strongly that Reform don't believe they are winning this. And I think Nigel Farage was walking around Caerphilly today and they clearly felt like this was something that was in the bag. And I think you're absolutely right. They need to Reform need to recalibrate because they have banked heavily on that disenfranchised group coming out to vote. And the thing with people who are disengaged with politics is they are disengaged with politics.
Fascinating stuff. I mean, as you say, Nigel Farage was here earlier in the day in campaign HQ, out knocking doors. Who of the party's hierarchy is down on the floor? Is there anyone?
Zia Youssef, I saw earlier.
Laura Ann Jones is there.
Zia Youssef is the party chairman.
No, he's not anymore. They got rid of him. David Bull is the party chairman now.
Sorry, he's a party official.
He's a party something.
It might have changed since we started.
It may have changed since like 7 p.m. too, which is quite hard to tell.
Yeah, I think you always get an indication of these things, don't you, about the expressions that people have, how they look, but also how the conversation that they're having, but also what they're briefing. And every indication that I've got is that not only have Plaid might have this, but actually it might be more sizable, because I always expected that if Plaid were to win, it would be incredibly narrow. But the impression I've had from people I've spoken to, that actually they think they might have done a bit better than that.
And what will be interesting about that
we can see now, just sorry to interrupt, Lauren, we can see here Clea Powell, who is the Reform UK candidate. You were saying, Will, that perhaps he wasn't looking too confident. He is smiling. Maybe he's smiling because there's a camera trained exclusively on him, and it might be a little bit
he's not going to be stamping his feet on the floor when it's there.
Yes. How should I look with the camera trained on me to give the impression that I'm confident that is indeed Clea Powell?
But I think, with a large turnout and it looking like Plaid might have scraped it, I think the big question that will be very interesting is, well, just how much of a shellacking have Labour taken? If Plaid have managed to cobble together that left-wing coalition to stop reform, which was their ultimate aim, then Labour have got to be really nervous around the rest of the country leading into next May in case they no longer look like a legitimate bulwark against reform and Plaid managed to cobble that coalition together across the whole country.
Look, we haven't got any real data yet.
Absolutely
right?
not. This is pure hypothesis.
No, but I was going to just raise this point because that's interesting. See, what I thought was interesting was that our political editor, Caerphilly, was able to run a story at 10 o'clock based on talking to sources throughout the party, throughout the day, some of them talking to him at the start of the day, very start of the day, and able to say, we have lost this.
Yeah.
They knew this at an early stage, or suggesting that they knew that.
The size of the loss is what will be interesting.
It will be interesting, yeah. Because that could inform the next few months. Indeed.
Absolutely.
And just explain to listeners and viewers why that might have a big bearing on how, Plaid Cymru and Welsh Labour in particular strategise for that election.
So if Labour are looking at Plaid Cymru managing to cobble together a left-wing coalition to stop reform, I would say that their ultimate way to kind of try and combat that is to remind everybody that ultimately Plaid Cymru are a separatist party. They wish to be an independent nation. Even if Llŷn ap Iorwerth has said that in the first term Plaid would not broach this, ultimately Plaid Cymru's ultimate aim is independence from the United Kingdom. And what that will mean is a very, very uncomfortable conversation for Welsh Labour about becoming a more overtly unionist movement in the next 6 months if they want to try and break away those left-wing unionist votes in order to try and get some of them back. If they're losing votes to reform as well, that could help. Some of those more unionist votes might be going reform instead. I would say that the only real way they've got of differentiating themselves from Plaid Cymru is ultimately to say they want to leave the country, we don't.
But the polling suggesting, isn't it, that the vast majority of Plaid Cymru's supporters, of Welsh Labour voters in the last general election, for example, going over to Plaid Cymru not to reform.
I think
that's what the national Wales-wide Senedd polling is suggesting.
That's true. I think one of the
So they're having to face a different outcome, right? It's much easier in a way for Sir Keir Starmer at a UK level because he's very much gunning for Nigel Farage and reform.
Yeah,
right?
and they had the same problem we were having in the Red Wall.
It's much more difficult.
Yeah.
Right, I'm sorry I'm going to have to interrupt you guys because I'm being told that we can actually hear from Reform UK's candidate, Llyr Powell. Teleri Glyn Jones is in his company on the Leisure Centre floor.
Well, Llyr Powell very kindly has agreed to speak to us, even though we did pounce on him a little bit, so I do apologise, Llyr. Llyr, how has the campaign been for you? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been good. I'm feeling quite tired now, but we've managed to cover all the constituency. When you look at where we started in the campaign, we literally had a blank slate. So we've had to go out there, find a lot of voters, we found a lot of support. People were willing to put our boards up, businesses were giving us good support. So it's been a great campaign. I'm proud of my team, I'm proud of the campaign that we've run here, and I was looking forward to see how we're doing here, but you've managed to catch me in between that process. But yeah, I'm extremely proud of everything we've done here.
We're hearing it's very close. What have you heard?
Yeah, it's felt like that throughout the campaign, The collapse of the Labour vote is there for everyone to see. I think it's been an utterly betrayal what Labour's done around here, so it's quite deservedly. And people have been turning to reform in large numbers, and we're very happy with that. It's showing going into next year we're in a really good place, and a big part of what we were trying to do here was to master our campaigning, and we've trained so many people up on our systems. The professionalisation of the party shows we're no longer just what people used to call us the air war party. We're now a grassroots campaigning party, so I'm really excited. Now I am keen to find out how I'm doing here, but yeah, I'm really excited to see what the night has for us.
I have been told that you've got to go and speak to other media shortly, but what have you made of the campaign? How's it been for you?
Yeah, there's been a number of tough elements on there. A lot of people have, I think some outlets have reported about the attacks I've had on my property, attacks on my campaign office, threats made against me. The police reports are there for others to make up their mind on it. It's quite sad that our democratic process has come under attack from a militant group out there, but I'm proud of the positive way that my activists went out there, spoke to thousands of people across the constituency, leafleted through doors, whatever the weather threw at us and whatever the smears, fears and attacks the others tried to throw at us as well. So I'm extremely proud of my activists in this campaign, of how we've conducted ourselves.
There was that moment, that TV moment on the debate, wasn't there, where that woman kind of, mother, pointed at you and said she blamed you personally for her feeling that she couldn't tell her, well, she had to tell her sons where not to go because they wouldn't feel safe. How did you feel in that moment?
I can't speak for how they felt.
No, but how did you feel?
Me? Well, I was quite surprised because my campaign has been about government policies and where best to put money into Caerphilly. I was the only candidate that was talking about the upcoming budget and the priorities facing Wales, so I can't speak for how another party's activist feels or thought about my campaign. I can only speak about what I was putting forward to the people of Caerphilly, and I'm proud of the campaign we run, and you know, questions will be asked about the next Labour government budget coming here and how it will affect the people of Caerphilly, and I was quite clear in where I stood on it. It's a shame other candidates wouldn't tell the people of Caerphilly where they stood on the upcoming Welsh budget.
Llyr Powell, the Reform candidate, thank you so much for speaking to us. Very briefly, I'm having eyes on me saying that you need to go and do other media now. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch.
But come back to me shortly while I will have some more insight from the floor, hopefully.
Well, there's plenty of people milling around, isn't there? Plenty of people that Teleri could potentially talk to on the floor of the count. Right, I'm going to ask my guests what you made of that. Not often we get to speak to candidates while the voting is still going on. So good of Llyr Powell to give us some of his time. Don't think he sounded very confident, but I mean, it's still early days.
I think he knows it's done. That struck me. I mean, we don't know the results, but nothing about that said to me a man who thinks he's going to be taking office anytime soon. I think what he's been interesting how he's conducted himself through it, because as he says, he has talked about quite a lot of policies, but he has also been quite tetchy when scrutinised a lot of times. It's something that we have seen, and I think that was easily the most subdued that he's come across. I mean, the guy's probably absolutely exhausted, isn't he?
Very heavily caffeinated, hasn't slept in a long time. This is what the tail end of a by-election or an election in general looks like.
To be fair, I mean, we were in Caerphilly just ahead of the debate programme. We were there for Radio Wales breakfast, and every single one of the candidates, I've got to say, was absolutely exhausted.
Yeah,
it's 10 days.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It is tired.
Can you hold a poker face when you are that tired?
Absolutely.
Can you, it is quite hard to judge this far in.
So given your past experience of being, aligned to a party on election or by-election night, what is it now? Coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning with the polls closing at 10 o'clock, so 3 hours since the polls close, you'd have a pretty good sense, would you say, of which way the wind is blowing?
I think so. The sort of the truest sense you'll get is the guys who are doing the election kind of scrutiny downstairs, where you begin to see the lines on papers, you begin to see the numbers of ballots going into sizes, and what you're doing basically is making sure that every vote that can be cast for you is going to be cast for you. And I do remember really clearly, I think it was the 2015 election, my old boss David Jones managed to get a vote counted where someone had written "winner, winner, chicken dinner" next to his name. So that's the kind of show that goes on down next to the ballots.
What a democracy!
Is you're trying to get every single vote counted for you.
Right? Yeah, you've got to get your kicks out. Absolutely.
The lesson from this is don't screw around with your ballot paper, lads.
I mean, there are two questions then for you, Will, before I think you have to leave us. What, in the short term, would a potential Plaid Cymru win here in Caerphilly mean for the Senedd and budget negotiations and the dynamics around that? And then, throwing forward to the election itself in May, what are the big changes?
I actually don't think...
If lots of caveats.
Lots of it. If Plaid do win, I think people have become so conditioned over the last kind of couple of weeks especially that there is just... this wasn't going to be a Labour win. So I think people have already, and I think Welsh Government contingency planning has been based around the fact that they are going to need the support of more than Jane Dodds, the sole Liberal Democrat. So I don't think it changes that kind of calculation which they've been working towards anyway. I think From a Labour perspective, what I find absolutely bizarre is they talk about, oh, where should we position ourselves? How should we do this in order to appeal to the electorate? They are in government in Wales and they are in government in the UK. There is no one in the whole of the United Kingdom better placed than Labour to actually make people's lives better. And actually, that is the biggest thing they can do to appeal to the electorate, is make meaningful change in people's lives. But all the conversations seem to be about, do we need a different attack line? Do we need to do this? No, do your job. Make people's lives in Wales better. You've got two governments at both sides of the M4 walking in lockstep. Maybe make that mean something.
Well, don't take this the wrong way. I love talking to you. You know so much about Welsh politics. I will continue to talk to you throughout the night. But you know what? We've got some political guests piling up. So I'm going to let you get back down there into the hall, get some more intel, come back with maybe some sweet treats, a bit of coffee as well.
I've seen them.
They're
more interesting than me, to be fair.
Never say that. Will Hayward, diolch yn fawr, thank you very much. Right, we are going to let Will get back into the hall. Oh, look at the ballot papers, they're piling up there, but for whom we don't quite know yet, although we did hear from Llyr Powell, the Reform UK candidate recently, who perhaps wasn't sounding as chipper as we might have thought had he been in the lead. But look, we don't know yet. It's still conjecture. We are still relying on intel and vibes, and whether people are smiling or not, we can hopefully bring you some real data very, very shortly. But I can bring you now a real candidate in this by-election, because Lindsay Whittle, the Plaid Cymru candidate, the perennial Plaid Cymru candidate here in Caerphilly. I make this 14 Caerphilly candidacies?
Yes, I think it's about that on the first past the post system, if you combine the Senedd and the Westminster elections.
OK, so is it 14th time lucky, Lindsay Whittle?
It's, I'm not allowed to say too much other than it's looking very exciting.
Interesting. I think that's saying maybe more than you were allowed to say, but exciting because it's looking clear that you're winning, or it's tight?
No, please don't get me. It's very close. It is close. It's been a good fight. The candidates themselves, I think, have conducted themselves very well. Not quite sure about all of the supporters, but nevertheless, the candidates, I believe, have conducted themselves very well indeed.
May I gently suggest that it is instructive that you've come to join us here at 1 o'clock in the morning, that you are actually perhaps more confident that you're letting on that you will be the next representative for Caerphilly in the Senedd?
It has been my ambition to represent the constituency of Caerphilly. I have campaigned in this constituency for over 50 years now. I've been an elected councillor, and it means a lot to me personally. And today has been exhilarating, exciting. I was back to the Caerphilly 1968 Dr. Phil Williams days when politics was far more exciting then, but I sense it's coming back now, and we've had a great day, Lots of young people. I've had so many selfies. It's been amazing. And
you're referring there, of course, to the 1968 by-election, which was, you know, a seismic political event in Welsh political history. Plaid Cymru pushing Labour so hard in that by-election then, coming off straight off the heels, of course, of winning in 1966 with Gwynfor Evans in Carmarthen. But ultimately you fell short. And time again at the Westminster level and the Senedd election here in Caerphilly, you have ultimately fallen short. So what's changed then, if indeed it is you who's to come out on top?
Well, we fell short in 1968 because you had to be 21 to vote then. Had the 18-year-olds had the vote, I think you would have seen a different result. On the Toyn, outside the very infamous chocolate box cafe, were literally hundreds of people outside Penrose Community Centre at the count. 4,000 people. Come on. You know, and now they can vote at 16.
We would love nothing more, Lindsay Whittle, than a long journey down memory lane. But, you know, to the broader point, you know, what is it then that has meant that Plaid Cymru hasn't quite been able to get over the line here in Caerphilly, and that you might be on the precipice of doing so this time?
Well, I think people always say, "Oh, you're too small as a party," in particular at the Westminster elections. Although it's quite clear our 4 members in Westminster punch well above their weight. I mean, they were the 2 ladies top of the poll for the number of questions and activity in Westminster. But in the Senedd, of course, we're not too small. We're not too small, and we're on the cusp now of a breakthrough, I believe, in May 2026, depending on the result here, which I'm hoping is going to go our way. And we are quietly confident, and we will wait and see the announcement in a few hours' time.
So give us a sense then of what's happened during this by-election campaign. You know the doors of Caerphilly better than most politicians. You've knocked them time and time again. Who has come over to your camp then that hadn't been there in the past? Is it purely disaffected Labour voters?
It's mainly disaffected. I wouldn't say purely, but it's mainly disaffected Labour voters. I think the promise is coming. Look, they promised Westminster and Cardiff would work together, and they haven't. They haven't. Now, if you can't talk to each other, who can you talk to? And that's their fault. They have failed to talk to each other, and they failed to talk to the constituents who put them there in the first place. I'm here to do the best I can for the residents of the Caerphilly constituency. That will be first and foremost in my mind. And that's what people like. They know a good local campaigner, and it's what they like. And that's what I will do. And we will do that across the whole of Wales.
What are you making of what you're hearing, Lauren?
I think Lindsay has been, this is so many years now, and your name brand recognition here is just vast. And we hear that time and again down on the floor downstairs with the number of people who knocked on doors. They say, well, I know Lindsay, and he's knocked on my door a lot, and I'm going to vote for him. That name brand recognition, to a large degree, goes under a new system. And what that means across Wales in May next year, we don't know yet. This is a completely new system where the incumbency of an individual's name just is not there anymore in the same way. And everybody's going to have to fight to retain their incumbency on the doorstep, and that might not work for them.
Let's put a little bit more meat on those bones then, just for those viewers and listeners who don't know what we're talking about. We're saying, you're pointing to the fact that the next Senedd election in May is going to be held under a totally new voting system, and they're going to be totally different constituencies, absolutely massive ones. This will no longer be the Caerphilly constituency, it'll be the Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Rhymney seat, and you will not be electing one person to represent that seat, you'll be representing 6 under a totally new voting system.
On a closed list system.
So you'll be putting your X next to Plaid Cymru or an individual candidate, an independent candidate, to clarify. You will not be necessarily backing Lindsay Whittle.
How do you think that's going to play out?
But I think people will know who the candidates are. They're not going to just simply vote for a party. They will be flooded with leaflets, as they have been in the last 6 weeks. If you follow all the social medias and all the village Facebooks that I'm on, and I listen to people, they say, "Oh my goodness, we're having more leaflets." They read the leaflets. They do read the leaflets. People think they don't, but they do. Even if they only read your name from the letterbox to the bin, they know that Lindsay Whittle is the candidate, or Di Bloggs is the candidate, or Mary Evans.
But then they'll go into a voting booth and they won't see your name on a piece of paper.
Well, I don't know yet whether the parties will be allowed to have their names on the ballot paper or not.
I think there's potentially some option of the names being on the ballot. They did
previously in the regional lists. They did previously in the regional list.
But a closed list system
it's a different voting system. Yeah. It's really difficult for us to...
And it's only temporary. It's only for the 2026,
well,
and then it's going to change again.
Potentially, that depends on the makeup of the Senedd, because you need 2/3 of the Senedd to vote for any further constitutional change, and we absolutely have no idea what the makeup of that future Senedd could look like. So
on the issue of numbers, this will be a really interesting point come the budget in a couple of months. Do Plaid, if you are elected tonight, do Plaid take the view that they negotiate with Labour? Do they try and put clear blue water between them and Labour and say, no, we're a completely different entity for next May? And do they...
To double down on that difference?
Do they risk, in coming together to try and pass a budget, do they risk lumping themselves in with a party who've been in charge for 25 years and overseen a failing education system and overseen a failing health system, and people who have overseen very, very large elements of state failure within Wales? Or do they put clear blue water between them and Labour?
And to explain again to viewers and listeners the sort of dynamics of those budget negotiations, Labour, ahead of this by-election, had exactly half the seats in Cardiff Bay, 30 out of 60, so had to negotiate with other parties in order to pass a budget. It did so with the sole Welsh Liberal Democrat Jane Dodds this year, but if indeed, it looks like they are dropping from 30 to 29. 29 plus 1 Lib Dem doesn't get you over that 30 majority. So they're going to have to negotiate with potentially her and others. The dynamics change, Lindsay Whittle. What strategy does Plaid Cymru take into those negotiations if it's got a stronger hand?
Well, clearly I'm not in the Senedd at the moment, so I want to see what's on offer, and I think Plaid Cymru will be, if we're at a negotiating table with any political party, both now and in 2026, we will wait and see what's offer, and we will be presenting what Plaid Cymru wants out of any budget. That's a must. We got the free school meals for children in the last cooperative agreement. That's very good indeed. No one could deny that was an excellent policy. Excellent policy.
How does Plaid Cymru strategise for next year's Senedd election if indeed you do win here this evening, Lindsay Whittle? You know, what is the offer for the voters of Wales?
Well, I think it's new leadership and new vision. Look, we believe in Wales, and we are the party of Wales, and that's important. And we will reach out to all four corners of Wales. When I go to London, I want devolution to come to Cardiff and the rest of the regions of the country, including England. And yet when I come to Cardiff, I want devolution to get out into all four corners of Wales. And it's not doing that at the moment. Not doing it. And I think it's important. When I was on the then Welsh Assembly, only once I ever met in a committee that was outside of Cardiff.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to have some committees in other regions and areas of Wales?
When we look at the opinion polling, we look at the focus group work, the people ultimately, if they are indeed going to back a different horse, they are doing so because, not necessarily where the powers lie, is because they are really, really concerned about public services and their ability to make ends meet. So, beyond the constitutional debate, what is it that Plaid Cymru is tangibly going to be offering the voters of Wales to say, we get it, we are the party that can change the performance of the NHS and change the standards in our schools?
You've already heard our party policy on childcare. You've already heard our party policy on the two-cap benefit for children and how we...
That's a Westminster responsibility.
But we will do something about it. And you've already heard...
How can you do something about it at a Senedd level if it's not your responsibility?
Well, we can put some... We will be controlling budgets.
And where will the money come from?
The money will be probably from the existing budget, but spent with our priorities, not with the priorities of perhaps too many civil servants in Cardiff and too many Labour members who are out of touch. And you will see that later on tonight when you see the results, because it's quite clear that the Labour Party has imploded.
So we're picking up on that then. So where have they been wrongly putting the cash then? What have been the wrong priorities?
Well, I think they've been put too much cash into the southeast of Wales along the M4 corridor, and that hasn't paid off.
Caerphilly.
But there's been very little benefit in parts of the Caerphilly constituency. It's not all about being within 5 miles of the M4 corridor. It's about getting up into the heads of the valleys, which is, parts of the Caerphilly constituency. Get up into those heads of the valleys. Why is it that people in the heads of the valleys don't have as long a life as those people perhaps in more affluent parts of Wales? That can't be right. Let's start and look at the health service. They've closed 4 surgeries in this constituency. One in Lansbury Park, the most deprived council estate in Wales. It was my surgery, and my doctor had 1,000 new patients overnight. We're offering incentives. We're offering incentives to GPs.
The problems are obvious, but if I may say so, a little bit light on the solutions here.
Well, you can say that, but you've got to control the budgets first. And that's important. Whoever the finance minister is has the ultimate responsibility.
But the difficulty
and we have to get more money out of the local government as well.
At a Welsh level is that he can't magic too much money out of thin air. The budget is essentially the budget. For the most part, it comes from Treasury allocation. You
Yes.
could change taxes here, but quite frankly, the one big economic lever you have is raising taxes on pretty much everyone. Does anyone want to pull that lever? Probably not. So the budget is the budget. It's set. How do you redistribute it in such a radical way that completely transforms outcomes?
What has the government of Wales done about the HS2 money? What has the government of Wales done about the Crown Estate? You know, they've done very little about that. There is millions and billions of pounds there.
But again, sorry to labour this point. Those are things that are out with the responsibility of a potential Plaid Cymru government after May. They are things that you can ask for. No doubt you will continue to make those calls should you be in power. But ultimately, you are going to have to deliver on the things that you are responsible for. NHS outcomes, education, what have you, whilst at the same time perhaps making those side points and asking for those extra levers and extra reserves of finances. But you're going to have to deliver on the bread and butter things
and if
that are the ultimate responsibility.
If our policies of regenerating the valleys come into fruition, maybe the new WDA, which should not be a quango run by politicians, it should be run by professionals, business people, industrialists. That will regenerate the valleys with more jobs. Then we'll get more taxes. Then we'll get more income in. And that's when we can start saying to central government, it's about time we had our fair share, our bigger slice of the cake.
I'm hearing, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, Lindsay Whittle, that Trin Ap Iorwerth, the Plaid Cymru leader, has turned up at the count. We will try and talk to him very shortly. That, I think, tells the story as well. Do you think, Lauren?
It does. And I think what I find interesting about what you're saying, Lindsay, is ultimately the way that you deal with this is you're going to have, if Plaid Cymru are forming the next government, you're going to have to negotiate with a Labour Party in Westminster who view you as the political opposition. Now, the end result of that, presumably for Plaid Cymru, is to say we wish to be an independent nation. But that has been the language that has been ultimately missing from this campaign. You haven't been on the doorsteps talking about wanting independence. Trin Ap Iorwerth has said that it wouldn't be broached in a first term. But if you don't have the threat of independence lurking in the background, how do you hold anything over Westminster's head?
Well, that's why we exist, to have independence for Wales. But independence for Wales will only ever happen with the will of the people of Wales. We will not impose it on the people of Wales. That's what's happened all of the time. It's always been by referendum. And independence for Wales can only happen when we have a stronger economy. And that's our job. We have to have a stronger economy.
So you think it is the right strategy for Plaid Cymru to go into this Senedd election saying it is not a priority for a first-term Plaid Cymru government?
We've already said that.
Yeah, now you think that's the right strategy?
I think
because
that's
it is very different to the one that Adam Price, when he was leader, applied to the last Senedd election, for example. It's completely different strategy. Is it the right one this time?
Circumstances have changed, and we have to go with where we are at the moment. Adam Price is a great thinker, and I have no disagreement with Adam Price's thoughts. But at the moment, you have to go softly, softly. Adam Price was one of Wales's best thinkers, and I appreciate that he was determined to make his mark. And by goodness, hasn't he made his mark? But at the end of the day, what we have to do now is to go softly, softly, and we will achieve our aims. That is our goal.
Right then, Lauren, I'm going to give you the opportunity that I gave Will Hayward to go back down there and
recaffeinate.
Talk to the people down on the floor, get a better sense of what's going on, perhaps bump into Trin Ap Iorwerth. We're going to be hopefully talking to him very shortly. Maybe you can get a conversation with him down on the floor. We can see what is going on in the hall whilst we look at all the people milling around, and we see that the bundles are being piled up and that the counting, I don't know how long is left, to be honest with you. What time is it? It is 20 minutes past 1 here on the election results programme, and we can turn to Larry Glyn-Jones, who is down there somewhere in the hall amidst all the counters, amidst all the party people, because she's got a guest.
I have indeed. I've got Rhina Piorwerth, the leader of Plaid Cymru, with me this evening. You've just arrived. How is it looking?
I think it's fair to say that things are looking positive for Plaid Cymru. I think we're, an hour-ish? You probably know better than me. I've literally only just arrived. But I think we're an hour or so away from the results. You know, our message has been very, very clear throughout the campaign. We believe we had a very, very positive offer in front of the people of Caerphilly. Things are looking positive now, but I've been through enough of these counts now to know that the best thing to do is wait until the result comes.
OK, let me put it another way. If you do win, how much of a big deal is it?
Well, everybody has identified that this is a key election. We can't hide from that, and we have never tried to. It's an election that none of us wanted to have. But given that we are 6 months away from the next Senedd elections, given that Plaid Cymru has been leading the polls in Wales for some time now, given the solution with Labour both in Wales and on a UK level, and the appetite that people clearly have for change, what I want to do is show that Plaid Cymru is that positive change for Wales, and it's obvious, I think, that the results here tonight will be a clear indication of where we stand on that journey to being able to lead a Welsh Government from May next year.
Is this the results you were expecting? Because we've been led to believe throughout this whole thing that it's been close. Is it close?
I don't have the results yet because it hasn't been announced, and it's about an hour away. They're still counting here. I think most people have believed that it would be close. We'll find out in an hour if it's close or not. But I think the other element here that we have been looking out for from the beginning is where does Labour end up? And all the evidence for some time now, of course, has been that Labour has been falling further and further behind, with people looking for something else. Well, what I want that something else to be is something positive. And I've been asking people to look at what Reform is offering and see that there's no positivity there, no positive message for Wales, and that Plaid Cymru has in our policies, in our ambition for the nation, that it is something that people can coalesce around, you know, with real hope for a different kind of leadership in government from next year. We'll see in the result tonight, you know, where we are on that journey.
And to what extent would you say that it is a pro-Plaid Cymru vote as opposed to an anti-reform vote? Because I personally, you know, have been out listening, vox-popping people on the streets during this campaign, and have heard people say, I'm a lifelong Labour voter, I still support Labour, but I don't like reform, and I'm going to hold my nose, they said, and vote Plaid Cymru.
I will tell you exactly how I felt it, okay? And yes, we know that people have been coming over to Plaid Cymru from Labour and other parties too. We've seen that in the polls, and we've heard it on hundreds and hundreds and thousands of doorsteps here in Caerphilly over the past few weeks. But I tell you, when they are saying, we have been Labour all our lives, and we're coming to Plaid Cymru this time, they've been very, very happy to come over to Plaid Cymru this time, and that is the sign of a positive vote for us that we want to carry into next May, and not just in Caerphilly, of course, but throughout Wales.
Rhina Piorwerth, thank you very much for your time here at the Caerphilly Count. I'm sure we will catch up with you later and try and look for a little bit more gossip from you before the result comes in, and see if we can keep our viewers up to date about how it's looking. But for now, from the floor of the Count, back to you in the studio.
We love a little bit of political gossip, especially at, 23 minutes past 1. On a Friday morning. Alex Barras-Curtis is the Labour MP for Cardiff West. What gossip can you bring me?
Noswaith da.
Noswaith da.
They're still counting the votes. Does that count as gossip?
I mean, I don't think that's quite going to cut it at this time, Alex Barras-Curtis. It's over for Labour here in Caerphilly, right?
Well, they're still counting the votes, but it's undoubtedly looks like it's a tough night for us, which is first and foremost a shame for our candidate. Richard's been brilliant. Obviously, it's not the election any of us wanted to be fighting, and you know we hold that in the back of our minds with the tragic loss of Heaven a few months ago. So, whilst it's not the circumstances we wanted to be fighting the election in, I'm really proud of the team that's come together from across the entirety of the UK. We've had some incredibly positive conversations. We've knocked we've spoken to 20,000 people at least during this short period of a few weeks. We've had 80,000 contacts. So I've had a huge number of interactions. But at the end of the day, we have to, of course, listen to what the voters will be telling us, and we'll obviously know that.
And what is it that they're saying?
Next few
and what is it that they have been saying then? Over those 6 weeks or so?
A real mix of things in terms of really concerned about the threat of reform. That came up time and time again, and I know you've been talking about that on the show, and about which party was best placed to take that on. Concerns about local provision of local services, and then of course at the kind of Cardiff and Westminster level, and some of that goes back to us, and we have to have that humility to listen. And I do, and we will do that. And whatever the voters are telling us today, we will reflect on that, not just tomorrow and the days and weeks and months to come, in order to ensure that we're listening to what they're saying. And that this will be, the kind of start of us making sure that we take that forwards in the remaining couple of months between now and, of course, the very important May elections that we have for the entirety of the Senedd. But they also talked about some of the positive policies that we put forward. I think it was notable. I think you've touched on it with some of the interviews you've had this evening, that from all the main parties that were running in this election, we were the ones who actually had credible policies that were realistic. And actually, Richard was the only candidate that said between now and May, if he were lucky enough to be elected, these are the commitments he would be held accountable for, such that when you came to May, the people in Caerphilly and the valleys could say, yes, you did meet the commitments that you made. So we had some really positive engagements about our plans for the communities, the high streets, libraries. I know we've talked about that before. But of course, undoubtedly wrapped up in that are some of the headwinds, the vibes that have played a part in this. And, as ever with a by-election, they have outsized impact, right, on, a by-election in the Senedd.
Ultimately, the other candidates would disagree with your assessment of your candidate being the only one with being the only one with credible policies. But ultimately, it is the voters seemingly who've made that judgment as well.
Yeah.
That whatever it is you were offering wasn't enough this time. And let's, not beat around the bush here. Mm-hmm. Labour not only losing Caerphilly for the first time at a Senedd or Westminster level since 1918, is not in and of itself just a huge story, but potentially being pushed back into third, and potentially by a pretty healthy margin. I mean, it's seismic, potentially.
Well, I don't think we should over-egg the pudding in the sense of the votes haven't been counted yet, and we, as I said, we need to reflect from what, the lessons that will undoubtedly have to be learned on this. So I'm really not trying to downplay it, but neither should we sort of over-egg, I think, the pudding. As I say, let's listen to what the voters have to say. I do think this is, as ever with a by-election, it's a kind of strange cocktail of local issues and then national issues. And I think layered on top of that was the real palpable concern about the threat of reform. And that has undoubtedly been coming through, from the conversations that you would have had, Vox Pops, certainly I've had in the many weeks that I've been here. A lot of people don't believe the offer that was being made by Farage and Reform. And so because of that combination of polls that came out during the period of this campaign, I think it caused a lot of voters and a lot of Labour voters to think that if that is a threat that I'm concerned about, if the polls and sort of the suggestion is that one party might be better placed than the party I would otherwise vote for, maybe I have to take that plunge this time.
Well, surely, Alex, actually, if indeed it is Plaid Cymru that comes out on top here, that just reinforces that message going into next May's Senedd election, does it not? No, if you are someone who is concerned about reform and you are on the left of politics, when perhaps in the past you've lent your vote to Labour in order to stop Conservatives, you might, come May, go to the Plaid column because you're concerned of reform. And indeed, if that is the strategy and that is the messaging from both yourselves and Plaid Cymru, then it's the party in green that has the momentum when it comes to that narrative, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think for a couple of reasons. One, just from conversations I'd had on the doors, just even the last couple of days, even today, where speaking with voters who say, I vote Labour, I'll be voting Labour in May, in a couple of months' time. But because of the polls, or just because of what, I feel from what I'm reading and what I'm seeing, I feel I've got to vote for typically Plaid in order to ensure that reform don't win today. But I'm with you next time. So I think the kind of consequence of this by-election with the kind of, like I say, the focus on it, and because of reform being such a prevalent point of conversation has meant, with those polls and other factors, that people felt that they had to lend their vote, if you will, to Plaid. That does not automatically translate into that will be the default position across the entirety of the Senate elections that we'll have in May next year.
But if indeed they continue to poll at a very high level, both at a Welsh and UK level, then,
this goes to what I said before about we have to have the humility to listen to what the voters have said. And as I say, this is then it marks what will have to be the offer we then reflect on and make to the electorate between now, the campaign that we will then run between now and May.
Because it's fair to say you tried to do it yourself, didn't you? You tried to paint this as a two-horse race between yourselves and Reform. There was literally a billboard that I passed on the way here to the count this evening that was, was paid for by the Welsh Labour Party, saying this is a two-horse race, just not the two-horse race that you were hoping that it was going to be.
Indeed, but that's why I say I go back to...
if their strategy of selling that narrative is successful, then you can't blame the voters for backing it, right?
To be clear, I'm not blaming the voters at all. The voters are intelligent and will make the decisions based on, as I say, what they feel, what their impression is, their belief in policies and the characters, and there'll be a whole host of reasons. What I'm saying about reflecting on the decision of the voters here in Caerphilly, and then what that then means for our campaign between now and the Senedd, is it shows the fact that governing is hard, that change is hard, but that we have to ensure that we double down on that, because it comes across time and time again, not just here in Caerphilly, but just on any kind of door that you'll knock across the entirety of our four home nations. It's that whether it's cost of living or life is tough at the moment, and so it just reinforces the point that with both of our governments, the Welsh government and the Westminster government, we have to really double down on change that is not just palpable but actually delivers that kind of cost of living.
Which government's record crisis, most on the doorstep?
Both, a whole mix, and of course local council as well, but that doesn't tell the full story which sits behind it, because
you are a Labour MP, right? So you sit in Westminster, but voters don't always think in neat delineated lines between where responsibility lies, right? They just want to sort of maybe bash whatever party that they sort of are struggling with at the present time. And I think it's fair to say, if the polling is indeed correct, and tonight's results potentially underlining that Welsh Labour in Cardiff Bay is struggling with having to defend a record of more than a quarter century of running. Devolved government in Cardiff, but Labour in Westminster, and the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer in particular, are incredibly unpopular just over a year after winning a landslide election, but on a historically low vote share.
So I think there's a lot of volatility in politics, just generally, absolutely. I am not in any way pretending, as I say, we have to have the humility to reflect on whether it's at Welsh government level and Westminster government level. There are absolutely lessons to learn, and not just from these conversations, but conversations we have across the country, in my constituency, across the country, every day, every weekend, here on out. What I'm saying, though, is that we have to reflect on that in order to shape what will be our campaign, our offer to the country about what Wales under a Welsh Labour government from 26 to 2030.
Does Keir Starmer and the team in Westminster need to give more to Eluned Morgan? She's got a long wish list of things that she wants to see delivered. She's tried to differentiate between the party in Cardiff and Westminster because she is clearly concerned about the blowback from Labour and Westminster.
Always been ever the case. Rodri did it when Tony Blair was Prime Minister. There will always be a Welsh flair, just like in Scotland there'll be a Scottish nuance, a Scottish flair. That's absolutely right. That is devolution. That's respect for Wales and our culture. But
do you think then your colleagues in Westminster have made Eluned Morgan's job harder or easier?
No, I think it continues to be. Power and partnership does not mean it's a continuing discussion. Like relations, notwithstanding the way it always gets, I think, somewhat slightly over-dramatised in the press. I would never accuse you of doing that.
Absolutely not.
Of your Absolutely not. Of course not. But relations are good, whether it's between our Secretary of State, our First Minister, between Keir, between Eluned. Those relations are good. Now, of course, everyone will always fight their corner, and I would never expect Eluned to do any different. Absolutely, she will do that. And those conversations will continue. But that power and partnership point, proof is in the pudding, and we've already seen it in terms of the biggest kind of devolution settlement for Wales ever since devolution came in.
I think that point does need clarifying and explaining to viewers and listeners that that settlement is predicated on money that the Treasury puts in as a whole, right, and particularly on English services that are devolved. So if you put more money into the English NHS at Treasury level, then it kicks in through the Barnet Fall, that more money comes to
a portion
the Welsh government
does, but not simply, because a political decision can then be made that you will still have upfront, or whether it's more investment for capital, infrastructure and so on for Wales, and that's what's happened through that partnership after 14 years.
Capital is separate from revenue, right?
No, but indeed, but in terms of the overall pot that Wales gets, it is undoubtedly the highest since, and that is not just purely because of Barnet consequentials. That's because of political decisions taken by two Labour and Welsh Labour governments working together, discussing about what, and making a positive investment into Wales. And to the point about then.
So why do you think that Eluned Morgan has felt the need to make a big stump speech, talking about the Red Welsh Way, and very publicly talking about her wish list of things that she feels she needs your government, Westminster, to deliver for her in order for her to be able to turn to the electorate in May and say, look, this does actually work? Because surely if it is working, she doesn't need to make that speech.
Well, no, I don't think that's right, because I think, some of it has already been delivered. There will always be more. And as I said, any leader will always stand up and argue there.
Do you really think if it was working perfectly that she makes that speech?
I don't understand what you mean by perfectly.
Well, if she feels like she's getting everything that she wants from, if she feels that she's getting everything she wants from Labour colleagues in Westminster and people in the country are happy with that, does she still make a stump speech about being differentiated from Labour?
I think she will always make a forceful speech about what positive difference Welsh Labour can make, particularly with the opportunity after 14 years of Conservative, and let's not forget the Lib Dems in the coalition period, but of degradation in terms of not just real terms investment, their actual cuts to Wales, in terms of that degradation of devolution. The question, though, going forwards, depending on whatever the result here is now, and with the budget negotiations that are going to come, is where the other parties, especially if it's Plaid that comes out today, is the responsibility they will now take after they failed in March to take responsibility rather than support the budget, which, as I say, implemented the biggest investment in Wales in terms of the post-devolution settlement, which saw 1.6 billion budget, 600 million more for our Welsh NHS, 100 million more for our local authorities, etc., etc. Not only did they not vote for it, they didn't abstain. They actually voted against it with Welsh Conservatives.
Well, you've mentioned budget there. I think that's a good point at which
it then goes to what's their offer, what's their responsibility going to be going forward. And this is what it's going to the point about, is Plaid therefore the default option for people who don't want reform? I don't agree it is, because it then goes to what is their responsibility when given these options.
Well, their argument was that the budget didn't deliver.
Let's see what they do with this budget now.
Their argument is that the budget didn't deliver. The Welsh government's budget for this year didn't deliver on the things that they prioritised, and if they were in power, they would have a different way.
I think we can agree that's a priority.
I'm just. They're not here to defend themselves, but I'm just saying what they would say. You've raised the issue of budgets there, so I think it's probably an opportune time to look forward to the Westminster budget that's coming down the tracks at the end of November. Now, it is remarkable how many of the financial decisions that the Chancellor made in that first year have completely blown back in her face, notably the changes to the winter fuel payment. I mean, there was some fascinating focus group work done by the more
winter fuel wasn't done at the budget. But
no, I understand that, but it was a financial decision ultimately, right? Okay, because you wanted to save some cash in order to make the books
and that
add
has
up,
been
or what have you.
Since, shall we say, amended.
Because it blew up. Because it blew up in your party's face, right? But it's still being held by voters as a stick with which to beat your party. I mean, here's a Labour to Plaid Cymru switcher telling this focus group, I've been a lifelong Labour fan, but I never thought I'd see a Labour government take money away from pensioners. And there are others, I'm sure you've had those conversations at the doorstep as well.
Absolutely.
How concerned are you then that there are potential further minefields that the Chancellor's going to have to work around that could absolutely blow up in her face, and then, of course, in Welsh Labour's face going into the Senedd election?
So I am confident that the Treasury, the Chancellor, that the Cabinet get the importance of this budget. Inadvertent mistakes, and I do genuinely believe they were inadvertent. Nobody sets out to wish to make people poorer or to be really disgruntled about a particular policy. It was a mistake that has been remedied in the way it has. I am very, very confident in the fact that this Chancellor and this government, which I've obviously proud to support, get the importance of this budget. And it's not just in terms of for the next general election, it's obviously the importance for the coming May
We're looking at
elections.
tax rises, right, of some sort. The Chancellor has basically said it so herself,
I've read the same reports as that, and where they fall, I'm not writing the budget myself.
No, absolutely, and I'm sure you
I can't give you that gossip or your exclusive.
But where those tax rises fall,
it has to be
could have a big impact on how the budget is received and what that potentially means for Welsh Labour.
Budgets, any decision we make, political decisions like this will have ramifications, but they will also be an indication of where our policies, our principles, our values lie. And that's why, as I said before, I'm confident and I know that they know how serious and important this is, just like any other budget should be taken seriously, but that this will be held with particular importance.
Alex Barras-Curtis, thank you very much. Even though you didn't give us any budget intel there, thank you very much for joining us nevertheless. Alex Barras-Curtis is the Labour MP for Cardiff West. Right then, I am informed that Teleri Glyn-Jones has some more company on the floor of the hall. Who have you got?
I do, but not just yet. I'll just show you what's happening here. So it looks quite different to what we were seeing earlier. Look, it's a lot quieter. It looks like a lot of people have stopped counting here. And over here, if you can just see behind me, they're holding up the spoiled ballots, and then the candidates are checking them. So whatever anyone has written on that spoiled ballot, heard a few laughs from them earlier, so I won't speculate as to what that could possibly be. But they're verifying the spoiled ballots just in case one party might think, oh no, actually that is a vote for me. We had a little murmur of excitement here on the floor earlier because someone came to check the mic that they were going to be doing the declarations on, and the whole room started vibrating and people started moving towards the declaration stage. But as of yet, we are still some way off. First of all, before that happens, the returning officer, Ed Edmonds, will call over the candidates to tell them the result first, and that hasn't happened yet, but it could be happening soon. But before then, I am joined back by Gareth Lewis, our political editor. Are you laughing about what you think might be on those spoiled ballots?
I'm laughing at two things. What I think might be on those ballots, because clearly it's very funny. I think they're looking at spoiled ballots.
I think so, yeah.
And also, when they tested the microphone, I haven't moved that quickly since someone called last orders at some point during the summer holidays. I actually, hang
the whole
on,
room
this is a bit
started
early,
migrating, but it was a false alarm, although we did all panic. Gareth, let's recap where we were at the beginning of the night. We were talking about, well, Labour early doors had kind of conceded defeat, hadn't they? And we were being told it was really close between Plaid Cymru and Reform. Where are we up to now?
Yeah, good question. Look, on the history, that is a huge moment if Labour, and look, we really expect that Labour has lost this election, but a huge moment after a century or more of domination in Caerphilly. Where we are now has gone from, look, everyone's still saying it's tight and it's really close, but they're saying it differently. So whereas it was very deadpan, very poker face before from all sides, and again, we're picking up here on body language and vibes, but also language too. The interview you did with Rhynab Iorwerth, the words positivity and positive being used a lot by Plaid. Some of them are trying to...
Political parties don't say that unless they're actually confident.
They don't, and he was also brought in and an awful lot of cameras around. I don't think you tend to do that at this stage of a count unless you're quite confident.
Away.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are, see if I can spot some of them, there are Plaid Cymru members and representatives and officials who are trying really, really hard to hide their smiles when a TV camera pops up, but then when the TV camera goes, they are smiling. Look, I've got the phone, so I'm just wondering, it's that time, what are we, 1:45, whether we are at that point where somebody messages to say, look, we're calling it. They're not at the moment. But, you know, if we're expecting a result 2:30 maybe, we might be at that point where somebody feels they're able to say categorically one way or the other that they think they have it. But, you know, it has been quite close, it has been quite tight, so I can understand the reluctance to say so before the official announcement.
I know you couldn't quite hear, but you could see Llyr Powell when I was interviewing him. He was talking about...
I did hear a bit of it, actually, yeah.
He was talking about how they've run a really positive campaign, and there are lots of things they can take from it in terms of kind of professionalising their campaign and that kind of thing. That sounded like someone who was rolling the pitch maybe for taking the positives out of what might not be the best night for them. Maybe I'm speculating, but what did you think?
No, and look, there's every possibility that you can overread that kind of thing. I don't think you perhaps have. if they thought they'd won tonight, he'd be talking about the positive campaign that he thought might have propelled him and Reform to victory, but he wasn't. It was the positives they could take for the much bigger campaign next May for the Senedd election. And look, in a way, what he's saying is perfectly valid. Reform in the 2021 Senedd election got about 495 votes in Caerphilly.
You can see, if you can just spin round,
What have we got?
Cameraman James. Trina Bjorweth looking very smiley, just over here. Just from between over there.
And there go all the smiles again as well.
Behind him, looking very smiley. And I don't know if you can see, but he's now turning away from the camera so that we're not pointing in his face, because he doesn't want, just as Gareth was saying, he doesn't want everyone to see him smiling in advance. But back to Llŷn Powell for a second. The thing that struck me the most about what he was saying was that kind of the tensions within the campaign and how he's felt quite threatened at times. I wasn't really fully aware of it was clearly very upsetting for him, wasn't it? But it has been quite a tense campaign, especially on immigration.
Yeah, it has. And for people who didn't see that earlier, actually heard Powell talking about attacks on his own home, attacks on the office, and clearly quite fearful for his safety. And look, there's no place for that at all. There should be no place at all. The mood in here tonight is as it should be. It's competitive, but it's friendly and it's respectful. And sorry, the second bit of your question was? I've got the bit about clearing the attack. We're talking about rolling the pitch. You've distracted me because I'm trying to eavesdrop on what's going on behind me, which is why I can't hear it.
I can't remember what I asked you, Gareth. Right then, let's go back now to the reason that we're here then. It's a difficult place to be, isn't it? Because no one really wanted to be here because it's happened because of the sudden death of Hefin David. Everyone in this room will be thinking about Hefin tonight and thinking about his family and those who loved him.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he was a bit of a rare breed with a politician in that he definitely spoke his mind, both in private and in public. And I think actually some of the private conversations were some of the most enjoyable bits of the job, because he certainly would let you know what he thought and what he felt. He was liked, he was respected across that political divide, as Lindsay Whittle just goes past us as well. Liked and respected across that political divide. Lindsay's just one of the many politicians actually who's paid very warm tributes to Hefin over the course of this campaign. And yeah, I think it's important to remember, particularly when we're hearing what Llŷn Powell had said earlier, that there's a reason we're here today, and the reason we're here today is because Hefin David isn't here. You know, a man of the community, very much respected and liked here, very much liked and respected in the Senedd, and really, really missed Hilaire as well. I mean, you know, you had more dealings with him than most, probably, with as many lively appearances on Politics Wales.
He was a very lively and very regular guest on our sofa on the Politics Wales show on Sundays. Always happy to talk, always ready to give his opinion and to have kind of... to not always go with his party, was he, which was always useful for us. And always interesting. And what I liked is that he would always have really lively debates. He would, you know, if he was on with a guest from another party, they would be really friendly because, you know, Hefin was a nice guy, and they'd kind of say, "Oh, shall I say this?" and you say that, and then they'd go on telly, and it would be fireworks, and it would be great telly, and we all loved it. And then they were all friends at the end. And then he just loved coming on, and we absolutely loved to have him on. So
I liked that he asked me questions he knew I couldn't answer, and it put me on the spot, and he seemed to revel in that. But I thought, fair enough, we ask him questions. He doesn't want to answer, but he has to. But yeah, really great guy, and very, very missed.
Right, let's get back to tonight. That turnout figure, 50%.
Yeah.
That's...
Hey, don't forget the 0.43. It crept above, yeah.
That's remarkable, isn't it? That's historic. Why?
Well, I'm going to give kudos here to Richard Gurner, who's the editor and founder of the Caerphilly Observer.
We had him on
who's somewhere over there. Had him on earlier.
He's probably schmoozing
He was calling it about 2 weeks ago that he thought turnout was going to be over 50%. And, you know, I went with him. He knows the patch better than I do. But that is higher than any turnout we've had for a nationwide Senedd election. And I think that shows quite a lot. I think it perhaps shows there is a big interest in what's going on here, and that people have realised that the stakes are really quite high.
You know, as political journalists, we dream of high turnout. Well, not necessarily high turnouts, but people listening to the coverage that we do. Does it give you hope in a way that, you know, if Senedd elections do have you know, the UK lens on them, then that does lead to more engagement with the political process.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a good thing. It's got to be a good thing. I think the dynamics have changed as well, haven't they? There's this splintering of the parties at UK level and Welsh level now.
There is a story. There's jeopardy for the first time.
Jeopardy. For some people, the lure of change is quite a big thing as well. Do you know, it's interesting because on that high turnout, I think the working assumption had been from Reform and from the other parties to a certain extent that the higher the turnout, the better Reform would do. Well, we've got a really high turnout here, and from what we're picking up, it appears that Plaid Cymru has done better. And just chatting to a couple of Plaid people earlier, they seem to think that that's because, well, partly Lindsay Whittle was saying because a high turnout of younger voters. We'll see if that bears out when we get the data analysis. But I think Plaid would say that people have sort of bought into their message, bought into what they're offering, and a suggestion too from Plaid that high turnout, and if they do win, it's that people have gone to them willingly. They want to vote for Plaid rather than as some kind of protest vote against the status quo. Let's see.
So as things stand at the moment, it looks very different to what we had at the beginning. But how historic is that? Do you think that I guess I'll phrase it in a different way. Do you think that potentially Reform have underestimated the way that they need to fight a Welsh election, that they've maybe tried to fight it on a kind of UK footing, and actually there's a Welshness in Wales. I know it sounds silly to say, but there's a Welshness in Wales they hadn't really fully appreciated?
Yeah, it's a really good question, that. Look, I think immigration, which is one of the big issues for Reform, has certainly featured during the campaign. You know, speaking to politicians from all parties, it has come up on the doorstep. That said, the way that it manifested itself in that live debate on BBC Wales, and it was one of the big issues, was not the way that we expected it to appear. So, you know, a mum in the audience, whose husband, I think, was from Uganda, sort of really confronting Clear Powell and saying that Reform had made her family feel unwelcome in their hometown. So perhaps there is an undercurrent there on immigration that we didn't expect. I think there's a question too for Reform, Tulare, on have they managed to get their vote out? Those people who said that they would vote for Reform, has the party actually managed to get them out? They did it in the local elections in England. Speaking to them just a few weeks ago, they said they could have done perhaps with another couple of weeks until the deadline to actually register voters to get them out. It's something for them to bear in mind perhaps when we come to May, that there is a job to be done, if they've lost, of course, to get the people who say they vote them out.
So which way do they pivot now? OK, we don't know the results. We still don't know the results. We are playing the cards we've been dealt. So how should Reform pivot now in the way that they campaign? Because they will still be hoping to kind of pick up that momentum, won't they, even if it's not the result they wanted?
Do you know, it's interesting because there'd been speculation, hadn't there, until Nigel Farage came out about a year ago, actually, on is he pro or anti-devolution, and he's pro. Difficult for them, I think, to perhaps go back on that now, so close to a Senedd election. Two things spring to mind, though, Tulare. They don't really have a bespoke set of Welsh policies, and they don't have a Welsh leader. And I wonder on the leader front, albeit, you know, Nigel Farage, very big draw, the party doing well at a UK-wide level. Do you need a Welsh leader in order to fight a Welsh election and in order to fight a Senedd election and not wait until, you know, as they've suggested, after that election, until they come forward with a candidate for First Minister?
We're clearly speculating. We don't have the result yet, but hopefully it will be coming very soon. There does seem to be a lot of milling around.
I'll check my phone for you again. No, nothing.
Gareth's going to check his phone, but for now, back to you, James.
Keep that phone charged, Gareth Lewis, our political editor. But we are hoping to be able to bring you a final result here for the Senedd Caerphilly by-election in, I don't know, maybe the next half an hour or so. If you've stayed up this long, what is it? 5 to 2. You might as well stay up a little bit longer. Stick with us. Richard Gurner, who is the editor of the Caerphilly Observer, he's stuck with us, and he's stuck with his campaign from the outset. He is a local boy who has found himself in the national spotlight for the last few weeks. How's it been for you, this whole campaign, and it's coming to an end now very shortly?
It has been a really intense period. All mixed up with the loss of Heaven.
Of course.
So, yeah, I've had to sort of, on a personal level, I've sort of had to balance my feelings on Heaven's loss against actually doing the job. So it's been pretty difficult. But
yes, tragic circumstances.
We're almost at the end.
Tragic circumstances as to how we've ended up with this by-election, no doubt about it. And Hefin David was well respected by journalists like myself and politicians in Cardiff Bay from, right across the political spectrum. It is a big loss. And you knew him well as the editor of the local paper, the Caerphilly Observer, and you had a good relationship with him. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, I mean, Hefin, it's difficult to refer to him in the past tense. Hefin was the type of person that he seemed to get on with everyone. So across party divides, he had friends, and one of his strengths was always putting people together. He always managed to get everyone in the room to work together, ultimately for the benefit of Caerphilly. And I think he will be a huge loss for this area. And yeah, it's just been really, really tough, especially tonight, because, a normal election night, Hefin would always be there introducing me to party officials who I may not know, and he was always a big supporter of us. And he always used to remind me that we were always never shy from printing things perhaps that he disagreed with. And so there was certainly a respect there from Hefin about the work we do. But likewise, on a personal level, Hefin helped my family out on an issue of supporting school for my son, and it was during that period that we sort of grew close. So yeah, his passing was a huge shock.
What you said there just reminds me of one of the last exchanges I had with him back in the summer. He'd been on one of our programmes, Walescast, and he said, I really enjoyed that, James. Thanks for having me on. I enjoyed talking to and debating with the Conservative and the Plaid Cymru representative. I really get on with them. It spoke to the kind of person he was, kind of politician he was. He really was a genuine collaborator and got on with so many people. And condolences to his family and best wishes to them. Who takes on that legacy? Who becomes the next representative of this seat at a Senedd level? It seems is becoming a bit clearer.
I think it's pretty certain that Lindsay Whittle will continue that tradition. I was speaking to Pred earlier, and Pred Owen Griffiths, and he said to me...
Who's a Plaid Cymru Senedd member.
Yeah, and he said to me that if Lindsay won, then he would be carrying on that tradition of Hefin, of working for the community and putting Caerphilly front and centre. And I think well, put it this way, there's a lot of Plaid Cymru members at the door of this leisure centre trying to get in. And
yeah, they can't. They're stuck by the vending machines outside because they haven't got enough passes to get them into the counting hall. And by the vending machine just now, as I was coming up the stairs, was Rhina Piorwerth, who's the party leader. We've already spoken to him on this results programme. I would suggest he would not be here and being put in front of cameras unless they were pretty sure the wind was blowing in their way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I found interesting, and on BBC... on Wales Politics on Sunday, I suggested that Lindsay's local popularity might just tip the balance in his favour. And that Survation poll that came out last week, which suggested Reform in the lead, that was based on a very small sample.
It was. So this was a specific poll for the constituency, right, conducted by Survation between the 7th and 14th of October. It had Reform on 42%, Plaid Cymru 38%, Labour way back in third on 12%.
Yeah, I looked at the data for that, and it was suggesting that Reform had strong support in council wards such as Llanbradach, Penrowell, which is Lindsay's ward on Caerphilly County Borough Council, and the Aber Valley, and that caught my eye because those areas are Plaid areas. And I just felt that...
Didn't quite add up for you?
No, it didn't. So
it is a small sample size.
Yeah,
There's always a huge caveat with any polling done with less than 1,000 respondents. This was 501 at a local level, so there were a lot of caveats.
Yeah. Right. You've always got to say that. But that was the one thing that jumped out at me. And from that moment, I was thinking, well, maybe it could be Plaid tonight.
When do you think we'll find out? What's your hunch? How long have we got left?
What's the time now?
It is coming up to 2 o'clock.
I think maybe another half an hour, maybe.
Another half an hour. So let's see what's happening on the floor of the counting hall. There's a lot of people milling around. I don't see actually much counting taking place. Hopefully, they've done it and they are ready to declare any time soon. We will, of course, bring you that declaration and the victory speech from the winner as soon as we are able to do so. But we are currently still waiting for the result. Tulare Glyn Jones has joined us back from the hall. What's going on? What's going on?
Well,
bring us info.
I'm like a vulture hanging around over all the snack tables, just taking what I can get.
What's
basically. Left? Whatever is left. Plenty. I think people always overestimate what they want, don't they? You always bring too much. I've got a bag full of snacks over there.
I've still got 12 bags of crisps to get through.
See what I mean? Every single time.
Richard, never come up here without a twister next time, right?
Okay. So, how would I assess things? I think, yeah, Plaid are looking buoyant, aren't they? I think it looks like there are a few rice miles in it. I don't know if you caught earlier, but Rhys Bjornwyth was looking really smiley, chatting to colleagues. He's here. That's a good sign. Who's not here? Nigel Farage.
Right? Who was here in Caerphilly the start of the day.
Who has been here, and we probably would have expected him to be here if it was looking promising. So that's how it feels. I think, actually, I'm going to say it might be less than half an hour.
OK.
Could be imminent.
We should relay to Richard the kudos which has been bestowed on him by our political editor, Gareth Lewis, slightly earlier.
The Prophet.
As the Prophet.
I think you should change the name of the Caerphilly Observer to The Prophet, because you've called it.
Well,
you called a high turnout.
We talked about caveats earlier with the opinion poll. The caveat here is I've never really called an election this accurately before, so...
Own it.
A stopped clock is right twice a day.
That's right. Richard Gurner told us on the Walescast podcast and on Politics Wales on Sunday that he believed the turnout here would be high. And I've got to say, Richard,
I didn't
believe it would happen because historically by-election turnout has been below sort of general Senedd election and Westminster election turnout. But it's bucked the trends, right? It's the highest by-election turnout that we've ever seen at a Welsh devolved level, and it's the highest turnout that this constituency has ever seen at any sort of Senedd election, at 50.43%. You called it.
It was the placards.
Do you think?
Yeah,
there are placards at every election, isn't there?
Not as many. This has been the one election where I have seen placards everywhere. And when I'm out delivering the newspapers, I do get to see quite a lot of the constituency. And that was the one thing that really jumped out at me. And I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now. All the online chatter, is that going to translate to voter turnout? But for me, if you are willing to stick something in your front garden to say, I am supporting this person, then I think that's something extra than just doing a comment online.
I haven't been around the whole constituency, but what struck me from the placards that I've seen is that there were...
Not a single Labour one.
I haven't seen one Labour one. I don't know if you've seen one.
I started to see them... I'm just trying to get this right. I started to see them towards the end of last week.
I see, OK.
But even then, they were few and far between. I'm not sure if that was... a logistical problem in getting them out quick enough, or whether or not it's a reluctance. But either way, the ones in people's gardens were either Reform or Plaid.
What struck me was about we've discussed how divisive the debate has been, and you would literally see neighbour versus neighbour with two different placards, literally up street going down, every other house in a different colour, and that just shows how, the debate has been divisive, hasn't it? And I think that has definitely led to more heat in the debate, absolutely. But I think also, I do wonder to what extent, I'm going to disagree with you actually, and I think that it's the UK lens on this by-election that I believe will have raised the turnout here, because it has been
not wanting the other
intense.
guy to win, right? Not wanting the other side
jeopardy
of the political debate to yours to win, right? So if this has been framed by different parties, rightly, wrongly, as a two-horse race, left versus right, Reform versus Labour/Plaid Cymru. If you don't like the other lot, vote for us. And that might have been a motivating factor as well?
Absolutely. Well, I think, bearing in mind this wasn't in Caerphilly, this was in Cowbridge while we've been going on tours around Wales as part of our election coverage. But there was one man I spoke to who really stuck with me, and he can't be the only one, who said he was 80 years old, or he will be in May, had never voted before because he thought, Labour will always win. So he's going to be an 80-year-old first-time voter voting for the first time because for the first time, Labour won't win. And I think up until now, really, that sense of jeopardy hasn't been there, has it? People have just taken for granted that Labour will win. Well, now for the first time, if this vote goes the way that we are expecting it to go tonight,
that is really interesting, isn't it?
That could be the case across Wales, and that opens up a whole field of voters that have never voted, never engaged before in Senedd elections.
I remember doing a piece following the last Senedd election in 2021, looking at turnout and the differentials in different constituencies, and it was Labour heartland stronghold areas that had the lowest turnouts, because, quite frankly, you didn't expect them to lose. If that dynamic changes, does it drive engagement? There is a new voting system, a new way of electing Senedd members, more of them come next May, so that potentially drives interest and a genuine sense of competition and proportionality and votes counting that potentially put tips it over the 50% national turnout level at a Senedd election for the first time. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess, for sure. It'll be interesting, though.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting run-up to May, and it'll be interesting to see how the parties play it. Gareth was speaking earlier, wasn't he, about was it right that maybe Reform ran their campaign more along national concerns?
UK national.
Yeah, UK national concerns rather than specifically local. And again, I spoke about Lindsay's popularity locally. He's been around Caerphilly for 50 years. He's touched a lot of people's lives, and his campaign was very local. He is Mr. Caerphilly. That was his pitch.
What I think is very interesting about this about May, though, and the next Senedd election, is that the voting system means that you won't be voting for individuals, so that whether you're Mr. Caerphilly or not, it doesn't matter, because you won't be putting your name next to Mr. Caerphilly's name. You'll be putting your vote next to Plaid Cymru or whichever other party. You'll be voting for a party and not an individual. And it's been, greatly criticised, hasn't it, for severing that tie between the individual and his their constituency area.
You're going to have to be, for one thing, Mr. Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly and Rhymney.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the constituency as well. They're massive, and they come next May. So, yeah, that is a totally different dynamic, isn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, I still think there is a place for personalities in that system, though, because...
Do you think they'll just inevitably shine through?
You have to, because how can you run an election campaign based purely on your party? I just can't see it. You have to have a face on the flyer, for example, or a face on the advert. There still needs to have... You still need to have that personality shine through. But you are right, though. The constituencies are now so big. Is that personality going to be as bright in other areas as it would be from, they're smaller communities. So.
Check out the Senedd map. There will only be 16 constituencies next May. They are big, some of them absolutely massive, and you'll be represented by 6 Senedd members in each constituency. Going back to the local campaign, when both you and I went out and talked to people, Larry, at different times here in the constituency, what came up a lot was immigration.
Yeah.
So we thought, naturally, this is going to be fertile terrain for Reform UK. This is exactly the debating topic that they want to discuss. And yet it seems that perhaps it's those who are less concerned about it, that it's galvanised them as much as anything to come out and vote against reform. I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much of it.
Well, I think when I've spoke to people in Caerphilly, that's definitely what I got. But then when I was in Mynach at a different time, I had a much more balanced view, and people were talking about immigration, but not in the terms that they were concerned about it. They were concerned about the debate. So I think maybe that voter, they're probably not the kind of people who are tweeting angrily online or, maybe getting involved in these debates, but they're definitely less likely to want to speak to journalists on the street for sticking a camera in their faces.
So potentially they've coalesced around a party that's got a softer approach to immigration because they're concerned about the tenor of the debate.
That's exactly it, yeah. I think that's exactly it. And, obviously we don't know exactly what will happen. We are speculating. But that's definitely the impression I was getting. However, having said that, there were equally some people who were nervous about going on camera and were nervous about showing that they were going to vote reform. There is a shy voter base. There is a shy voter base out there who maybe don't. Who I was wondering how accurate the polling was going to be, because some people didn't seem to want to say that they were voting reform.
I'm just wondering whether
Richard, I'm just going to interrupt you very, very briefly.
Something looks like it's happening.
Something is happening, right? The candidates are being summoned to the stage. We can see
some Plaid Cymru placards being handed.
We can see a lot of Plaid Cymru placards being handed around. We can see all 8, I think, of the male candidates. Each of the candidates was a man, so Caerphilly is once again going to be represented by a male representative.
Okay.
Which one is looking
Richard
the happiest of the lot, would we say?
Constituency Returning Officer for the Caerphilly constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Yr wyf fi, Richard Edmonds, swyddog canlyniadau etholaeth ar gyfer etholaeth Caerphilly, yn datgan fod cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
Eichler Steve, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 497.
Eichler Steve, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 497.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Glad Wales Can Be Better, 117.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 117.
Hughes Gareth, Wales Green Party, 516.
Hughes Gareth, Plaid Werdd Cymru, 516.
Potter Gareth John, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 690.
Potter Gareth John, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 690.
Powell Llia Thomas, Reform UK, 12113.
Powell Llyr Thomas, Reform UK, 12,113.
Quilliam Roger Anthony, UKIP, Scrap the Senedd, 79.
Quilliam Roger Anthony, UKIP, Scrap the Senedd, 79.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Welsh Labour, 3713.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Llafur Cymru, 3,713.
Whittle Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 15961.
Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, 15,961.
Therefore, I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly constituency.
Felly, rwyf yn datgan bod Lindsay Whittle wedi iawn ethol fel aelod o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Caerphilly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me, I'm not used to speaking first in these election counts. Whilst we are perhaps euphoric in some parties tonight, I would respectfully ask that you all please remember the reason we have this by-election under very sad circumstances, and I am very proud, this is hard, to pay tribute to Hefin David and to his family and friends. I extend my still personal deepest sympathies. He will be a hard act to follow. I will never fill his shoes, but I promise you I will walk the same path that he did. And I can pay no finer tribute to an excellent man. I hope that this will be now an exciting time for politics in Wales. I've been absolutely heartened by the number of young people who've been involved in this campaign. A lot of them are standing to my right here, but across the entire constituency, people not interested in politics I've had selfies taken before. I've never had this. Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales. The big parties need to sit up and take notice. Wales, we are at the dawn of new leadership. We are at the dawn of a new beginning. And I look forward to playing my part for a new Wales, and in particular for the people of the Caerphilly constituency. I thank you with all of my heart. This is better than scoring the winning try for Wales against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup. This means everything to me, and the people of Caerphilly constituency, you mean everything to me, and I promise you I will serve you all to the very best of my ability. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch pawb.
Thank you to Returning Officer. I'd like to offer my congratulations to Lindsay on his victory. And I want to thank all those who put their trust in me by voting for Welsh Labour. And thank you also to all the people here responsible for making today's polling go so smoothly. And I'm sure I speak for all in this room when I say that nobody expected this by-election to take place. Hefin David, the MS for Caerphilly, whose tragic death brought about these circumstances, was my friend and my mentor. His kindness, his passion for the people of Caerphilly, and his tireless work to listen and stand up for his constituents has been the guiding spirit of our campaign. In difficult circumstances, we did our best to run a positive campaign, one that put the concerns of the people of Caerphilly and the valleys at its heart. The team and I knocked on 75,000 doors, spoke to tens of thousands of people, more than once. We listened to the issues raised on the doorsteps and drew up plans. We know people don't want empty promises. They want to see their lives be better, to see tomorrow to be better than today. So we wanted to show that in the 6 months between now and the Senedd election, we can make a difference in our communities. The campaign team has put in a monumental effort, and I am so grateful to all their support. I still passionately believe in Welsh Labour, its values and its vision for the future. So while we may have lost today, I won't stop campaigning for that future. In May, we will have a chance to decide again with a new system and a new chance to shape our country, and I will be here fighting again for what we believe. Many issues have been raised with me in the course of our campaign, and I have heard what people have said and what they want. So as a constituent, I will be engaging with Lindsay on those issues. I wish him the best in his tenure so that we can deliver for the people here, because that's what really matters. Thank you.
Well, they're very shy, these. They don't want to say anything, but I want to say something.
Well, it doesn't look like we are going to hear from the candidate who came second in this by-election, Reform's Llyr Powell, who we can see over the shoulder of the man talking at the lectern now. That is Gareth Hughes, who is the Green Party candidate. The Greens way off contesting this seat. It is a fascinating result at the end of all that counting, and we now know, as we've just heard, that Lindsay Whittle is the new Senedd member for Caerphilly. It is 14th time lucky for Lindsay Whittle. He has stood for Plaid Cymru at a Westminster level and a Senedd level in this Caerphilly constituency since 1983. 13 times so far until today then, and 13 times unlucky. It's 14th time lucky for Lindsay Whittle, who is well known in the area. He has been leader of the local council. He has represented the area more geographically or more widely as a regional assembly member. But now, for the very first time, he is the Caerphilly representative in Cardiff Bay. Well, I am going to get quick reflections from my guests who are still with me. We've got Richard Gurner, who is the editor of the Caerphilly Observer, and Lauren McKevin, who has many hats. Podcaster, former Conservative staffer, you name it. Richard, what do you make of it?
I think he deserved it. Lindsay has been here for 50 years. Working for his community, and what struck me just then watching the pictures was after the speeches the camera cut away and you could tell that the emotions were there for him. The emotion, they started bubbling up. You could see in his face how much it meant to him. And a thought that I had earlier, this would have been the last time he had the chance to win the Caerphilly constituency. I know there's been boundary changes, but the core Caerphilly constituency, because obviously next year they change. So this was really his last shot at that.
OK, sorry to interrupt, Lauren, we'll get your thoughts very shortly, but we can hear now from Lindsay Whittle himself. He's with Tulare.
Thank you, Mark. OK, right there to the member. Oh,
right then, my pointy elbows have come in very handy, and I'm first in the queue to grab Lindsay Whittle as he steps off the stage. He's hardly even stepped off the stage. Lindsay Whittle, your reaction, first of all. It's not even close.
No, it's not close, and I'm very proud and honoured to be chosen by the people of Caerphilly, and I hope I won't let them down. I'll do my best. I've served them for 50 years as a local councillor in parts of the constituency, and I will do my very best for the ordinary man and woman in the street. I think that's what they want.
You said on the stage there you'd be sending that this sends a clear message not only to Cardiff but to Westminster.
Yes.
What is that message?
Well, the message is don't take us for granted, and that's what's happened in the past. They've taken Wales for granted, and they've paid the price. They've paid the price, and it's a bitter price, and they learn their lesson. But will they learn it in time? I don't think so. I think they're too arrogant.
Lindsay Whittle, I wonder what you make of the situation we've got behind. We've grabbed you as the winner of this, but actually the rest of this room's media is going to the person who's come second, Llyr Powell from Reform. What do you think that tells us?
I simply don't know, if you want the honest truth. Come to the victor, to the spoils of the victor. They lost, I'm afraid, and people put their trust in Plaid Cymru, the people they know, who live here, who've worked here for literally decades, and that's a great honour for me. It really is, and here we are. We win.
Lindsay Whittle, you have got this important envelope in your hand now. You've literally, just as we were coming on air, you've been handed an envelope with all the things that you've got to do now.
Yes.
One of the things you'll have to make sure is to make sure that, you know, this isn't a blip. How do you do that?
Well, we'll continue to work in the area and work hard for the people, and I can assure you that work will be unflinching. We will work tirelessly to not only, well, we can't retain the seat as an individual because it disappears with the reorganisation, but we will ensure that we get good, adequate representation, not just for Caerphilly, but for the new constituency of Caerphilly, Rhymney and Blaenau Gwent, and that's important. We look forward to a new Wales.
Lindsay Whittle, the new Senedd member for Caerphilly. Congratulations, I believe you're being sworn in tomorrow.
Yes,
we'll let you get away now out of this huddle. It is a bit crazy here, isn't it?
Right,
I'm going to hand back to you, James, in the studio and try and grab hold of Llyr Powell before we go, but I can't promise it.
I trust you'll put those pointy elbows to good use in the next few minutes. That's Larry Glyn-Jones talking to Lindsay Whittle, the new Senedd member for Caerphilly. Should we bring you that result in full, all the data that we've got? Let's start with the raw numbers, then the amount of votes. So as we can see here, Plaid Cymru out on top with 15,961. Their candidate, Lindsay Whittle, is the new MS for Caerphilly. Reform in second with 12,113. So a significant gap between first and second. Labour then way back in third on 3,713. Conservatives 690. Greens 516. Lib Dems 497. Gwlad 117 and UKIP 79. We are now going to look at the vote in terms of share. So, what have we got here? We can see that Plaid Cymru is top on 47.4%. Reform has 36% of the vote share. Labour just 11%. 11%. And this is the seat they won comfortably back in 2021 and a seat that they've represented at Senedd and Westminster level since 1918. Labour 11%, and then the others way back 2%, 1.5%. Let's look at the change in the vote share then. And we can see here that Plaid Cymru is up 19%. Reform seeing a huge change in vote share from coming sixth, last place back in 2021. They've gone up 34.3%, but it still wasn't enough to get them the seat. Labour absolutely bottoming out, 35% percentage points down. The Conservatives 15.3% down. Greens up 1.5%, and we can see now the change in the swing. We look here and see the graph that there is a 27% swing from Labour to Plaid Cymru. So those are the raw figures. What does it all mean for Caerphilly and for that Senedd election next May? Laura McKevitt, what do you make of it?
This is obviously a pretty bad night for Labour. I think there's a sort of a coming together of the threat from Reform encouraging a left-wing coalition supporting Plaid Cymru. I think that they are suffering from the reputation of a quite unpopular Prime Minister in London and a record of some pretty significant failures in service delivery here in Wales. And I think that how they then go into May next year becomes very uncomfortable for Labour. How do they put clear water between them and Plaid Cymru if Plaid are saying that they are the ultimate bulwark against Reform? This system, of course, one that Nigel Farage has failed in before. He's always criticised first past the post. He is much more comfortable with something like the D'Hondt system next May. He thinks that that will do a lot better for Reform. If Plaid are the ultimate bulwark there, What do Labour do in order to make sure that they're different? Do they become a more overtly unionist left-wing party and say, ultimately, Plaid Cymru wish to see the breakup of the United Kingdom? If you're left and you don't want that, you must vote for us. Where does this leave the Conservatives in all this? They've lost about, I think, 4,000 votes on the last election. Reform very clearly squeezing the Conservatives across Wales, and that's going to be a very interesting 6 months for us.
Last word to you, Richard Gurner. What do you make of it? Keep it short and sweet if you can.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's too early in the morning. No, it was interesting what you were saying there, because traditionally, Plaid Cymru, the criticism there has always been they can't distinguish themselves against Welsh Labour. So I think the roles have now reversed.
Absolutely.
Where how can Welsh Labour distinguish themselves from Plaid Cymru? So I think that will really play out in May.
We are told that Welsh Labour Senate members will be meeting virtually tomorrow morning to pore over the result and to lick their wounds, quite frankly, because it has been a chastening defeat for the party. Richard Gurner, Lauren McEver, thank you so much for joining me throughout the night, and thank you as well for joining us here on the election results programme. We've been here since 10:30 on the stream, on the iPlayer, on the airwaves as well, for what is an historic election result. Labour, the victors here in Caerphilly in every single election at a Westminster and Senedd level since 1918, have been defeated convincingly, pushed back into third, and it's Plaid Cymru which has come out on top, pipping reform to the post. Thank you for joining us. There'll be plenty more coverage on other BBC Wales news outlets over the next few days.